Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we'll follow up on some stories from previous programs. We'll look back at the success of the Cassini-Huygens mission to Saturn and Titan. We'll also find out about robotic missions to other planets. And Johnny Alonso finds out how geospatial data is used with GPS. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
We begin this retrospective look back with a story about one of Saturn's moons named Titan.
Scientific speculation about this moon has increased in recent years because it is larger than Mercury and Pluto, and it has a very unique atmosphere. The atmosphere is of particular interest because it is roughly 4 times thicker than that of Earth's and has a large amount of nitrogen and carbon, which are considered by many scientists to be the building blocks for life as we know it.
NASA scientists launched the Cassini-Huygens mission back in 1997 to begin an extensive tour of Saturn, its rings, and its 31 known moons. In addition to the Huygens probe, which traveled to the surface of Titan, the Cassini spacecraft has and will continue to execute flybys, coming as close as 590 miles above the surface. This will permit the high-resolution mapping of the moon's surface with an imaging radar instrument which can see through the opaque haze of Titan's upper atmosphere.
While Cassini-Huygens has dramatically boosted our knowledge of Titan, scientists still have more questions about this interesting moon.
Tonya St. Romain spoke with researcher Dr. Marianne Rudisil to find out more about this mission and possible future missions to Titan. Here's the story as it aired.
One of NASA's stated goals is to search for life and life-enabling conditions, such as water and lifelike chemistry throughout the universe. In recent years, the task of searching for life has become much easier with the development of tools like the Hubble Space Telescope and advanced sensors aboard spacecraft. With these technology advancements, NASA scientists are now able to better identify so-called hotspot locations in the universe. A hotspot location is simply a celestial body, that is, a planet or a moon, that may have conditions that are conducive to the origin and existence of life. Scientists have located a number of potential hotspots in our solar system, but one of the most intriguing is a moon orbiting the planet Saturn named Titan. Titan is very exciting because unlike most moons in our solar system, it actually has an atmosphere. In fact, many scientists believe that Titan's atmosphere closely resembles early Earth's atmosphere 3.5 billion years ago when life was just beginning on our planet. The chemicals that make up Titan's thick, hazy atmosphere include nitrogen and carbon, elements considered by scientists to be the building blocks or raw materials for life as we know it. With this in mind, NASA and European Space Agency scientists are working on a mission called Cassini-Huygens, which will study Saturn and some of its moons, including Titan. The Huygens probe will descend into the thick Titan atmosphere to study its composition and look for signs of prebiotic chemistry. I spoke with Dr. Marianne Rudisil at NASA Langley Research Center to find out why this distant moon is such an important place to study.
Titan's a really interesting place to explore for a number of reasons. It's a very large moon. It's larger than 2 of our planets, Mercury and Pluto. But the most interesting thing about it actually is that Titan has a very dense atmosphere. And this atmosphere has a lot of chemistry, interesting chemistry going on. Most of the atmosphere at Titan is nitrogen, a lot like Earth's. It has methane, but it also has a lot of complex organic types of molecules going on. And it has weather as well, and so we think that potentially there are actually clouds on Titan that kind of rain organic molecules down onto the surface and kind of lay out an organic sludge along the surface of Titan. So a lot of scientists believe that in some important ways Titan might actually be very much like what Earth was like in its early days prior to life on our planet. So it's an interesting place to go to kind of look at those processes and understand how life originated on our planet in that type of physical environment.
Dr. Rudisil, is there potential for life on Titan?
Well, that's a really interesting question, actually, and maybe yes and maybe no. And I say that because of this. Maybe yes, because Titan has, as I said, some really interesting and complex organic chemistry going on. But the problem is that chemistry isn't all that it takes to have life. Titan is very far away from our sun, and so it's a very, very cold place. So the problem is that everything is ice, and life as we know it needs access to liquid water. And it also needs a source of energy. So on the one hand, yes, the chemistry could potentially support early life on Titan, but it's not warm enough. It's too cold, and it doesn't have access to water and energy that it would need. But you could speculate about some other ways, perhaps, that it could have liquid water. We know, for example, that meteorites have come to Titan and hit the surface, generating heat and bringing energy with it, and perhaps for certain amounts of time, then that would mean that there could be pools of liquid water there. So it's really interesting to think about and speculate about the possibility of life in other parts and other locations of our solar system, and Titan is a very interesting place to look into those questions, and that's why we're going there.
Once the spacecraft gets to Saturn, how will it collect data? Will it use rovers like the Mars rovers?
No, actually, it's going to be rather different from the Mars mission. We're not sending rovers like Spirit and Opportunity. It won't be trundling around on the surface like we did on Mars. First, we're sending the Cassini spacecraft, and it's an orbiter, and when it reaches Saturn, it'll actually spend the next 4 years there, kind of doing a grand tour through the Saturn system. And one of the things it will do is about 40 flybys near Titan, collect information, kind of a big picture view of Titan. But then in addition to that, we have a Titan probe, Huygens probe, and that was developed by the European Space Agency, and it'll drop down through Titan's dense atmosphere and all the way down. The instruments will be taking all kinds of measurements like the density of the atmosphere and the temperature and altitude and things of that sort. And of course, it's going to be taking a lot of data, a lot of information about the chemistry of Titan's atmosphere, what kinds of things are there and how much. And it'll take about 2 to 2.5 hours to get all the way down through the dense atmosphere. We don't know what it will land in, but it will be able to stay on the surface and then in its local area kind of take some measurements and also radio that information back to the orbiter and back to Earth.
The next generation of science missions to Titan will probably be much different than the missions of today. Because little is known about the moon's geology, one type of mission concept recently developed by NASA would rely on a dirigible type craft to move through Titan's atmosphere, taking multiple measurements over time. This blimp would float above the surface and deploy a small probe to sample Titan's atmosphere, methane crater lakes, and crater rim ice. The probe would be able to analyze the samples on the spot and then relay the information to scientists back on Earth. With Earth nearly 800 million miles away, the probe would need to be almost completely autonomous. This type of craft could conceivably float through Titan's atmosphere for many months, gathering valuable evidence about Titan's chemistry and geology and what that means for us back on Earth. Realistically, what are your expectations? Are you expecting to find life on Titan?
Scientists try to be very objective, and only have attitudes and opinions based upon what we know, of course. And so I think a lot of people are holding back and saying, I don't expect to find life there. It's too cold. Even though we have extremophiles here on our planet that can live in very dry or very cold conditions, it's really cold out there, and there isn't liquid water. So we're not expecting to see anything there. But the nice thing would be is if we could find, I think a lot of people would be very, very happy if we saw some serious complex organic chemistry going on. Clearly prebiotic chemistry would just be wonderful. Going to other destinations in our solar system and then gathering this kind of information could really help us understand how our planet formed and how life originated on our planet. And these are really profound questions, not just to scientists, but to everyone. And so I think it's really interesting and great that NASA can send spacecraft and gather these kinds of data to help us answer those kinds of questions.
After a nearly 7-year journey, Cassini-Huygens entered orbit around Saturn on June 30th, 2004. On Christmas Day of 2004, Cassini released the Huygens probe on its journey toward Titan. Finally, after a 20-day ballistic freefall on January 14, 2005, the Huygens probe entered Titan's atmosphere. It deployed parachutes and began 2.5 hours of intensive scientific observations while transmitting data to the Cassini spacecraft. After making contact with the ground, the first ever pictures of Titan's surface were finally seen back here on Earth. Coming up, we will find out more about robotic missions that will pave the way for humans to travel to other planets. But first, did you know that the Cassini mission is studying more than just Saturn and Titan? In fact, recent images by Cassini have shown spectacular evidence that another one of Saturn's moons, called Enceladus, is geologically active. Cassini's cameras have captured pictures of jets of fine icy particles streaming from the moon's south polar region. Because this moon is so far from the sun, it is believed that the energy source for the geyser-like activity is due to internal heating by perhaps radioactivity and tides. Researchers hope to learn more on subsequent flybys by the Cassini craft.
One of NASA's stated goals is to go back to the moon and explore Mars and beyond. To reach these goals in a safe and economical way, NASA planners are using an approach that will first use robotic missions to test equipment and techniques that will eventually be used for human missions. These robotic missions will expand our knowledge base and will help us focus training that will prepare humans for the next step of exploration. To help us understand how this will work, Jennifer Pulley spoke with Mark Saunders at NASA Langley Research Center in an earlier episode.
The history of the space program is very impressive. Since its beginnings in 1958, NASA has grown to be one of the most revolutionary agencies in recorded history. With President Kennedy's goal to reach the moon by the end of the 1960s,
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
and with the backing of the American public, technologies that would have seemed impossible in earlier years were being developed and perfected in record time. This drive and determination has never left the agency. Today, a new generation of researchers are gearing up for the next big step: crewed missions back to the moon, to Mars, and beyond. However, major challenges await. Questions of crew safety, medical concerns, the need for new technology development, and a host of other issues make this goal very daunting. To lead the way, robotic missions are being planned that can give researchers a better idea of what human crews can expect in space. I spoke with Mark Saunders at NASA Langley Research Center to help us understand how these robotic missions will work.
Our robotic missions are actually precursors to what it is that we're trying to accomplish with humans. They're the probes that we're sending out to help us understand what it is that we're getting to when we send people there. They're testing new systems, collecting data about what's actually happening on the planet's surface as well as the atmospheres. We want to make sure that we understand this to the maximum extent so that we're always sending humans in a safe way.
So Mark, what is the definition of a robotic mission?
People think of robots in many different ways, and those of us in the agency actually do that as well. We're making spacecraft. You know, as an example, the Hubble Space Telescope is a robotic spacecraft. It's actually very smart, but we talk to it a lot with people on the ground that kind of tell it what to do on a periodic basis, usually in terms of minutes. But as you get robots that are going farther out into the solar system, they need to really operate a lot on their own because it takes a long time for us to talk to them. So radio waves go out there and it's hours before we hear back from them. So they're actually operating pretty much by themselves.
What can we expect from robotic missions in the next few years?
As all of us have been watching, the Mars exploration rovers have been doing a great job on Mars. Cassini is at Saturn with its Huygens probe. We're planning the next series of missions, both for scientific purposes, as well as to prepare us to send people on to the moon and then on to Mars.
The first of these planned robotic missions will be going back to the moon. The goal is to have these robots pave the way for humans by mapping the lunar surface, surveying potential landing sites, and searching for water ice. Now, tapping into water ice could be very important because human explorers could not only convert it into oxygen and hydrogen for breathing, but they could also use the gases to produce rocket propellant for future missions to Mars. In short, these robotic missions will allow NASA planners to design the needed equipment for astronauts to live and work on the moon, while also helping them prepare for future missions to Mars.
One of our biggest concerns is always making sure that our missions are as reasonably safe as possible for the human, as the human participates in it. So when we send out robotic missions to the moon and to Mars, we're trying to understand what the moon and Mars represent in terms of their environmental conditions, what they're made of, are there any elements there both in the atmosphere on Mars or on the surface of the moon that might have some toxic properties, and as well as their physical characteristics, their composition, so that we understand when we build a human spacecraft to go with humans in it, that the system that we send is compatible with the environment that it's going to be in. So that's one major point. The second point is that like the explorers of old, to the degree that we can use resources that we find, we want to be able to use those resources to help sustain them. And doing this, by the way, reduces the cost. So although it may cost us some to develop the technologies now, when we go, if they don't have to take stuff, it's, we don't have to pay to get it off the surface, and we're not paying to get water off the surface if we can find water there.
So is most of the technology already developed?
Technology is actually the key to what it is that we're trying to do. New technologies will enable us to be more efficient in how we go, allow us to actually take lighter weight systems, cheaper systems, more reliable, safer systems, so that the overall cost to the American taxpayer is dramatically less than the Apollo program.
And we've discussed going to the moon, going to Mars. What other destinations do you foresee for robotic missions?
Obviously, asteroids. And everybody's familiar with asteroids. We certainly have quite a few disaster movies around them. But there are a lot of scientists and engineers who believe that asteroids have the potential for resources that we might actually mine and use. And so one other destination are asteroids. What our strategy is to begin to make small steps towards the moon, to Mars, and then on to destinations beyond that. So we're going to gradually, over the next decades, push our human exploration beyond the boundaries as our robotic explorers find out new things about what's interesting out there.
When humans go back to the moon, they will almost certainly be traveling in vehicles that look very similar to the Apollo spacecraft of the past. These next-generation vehicles will use an improved large blunt body capsule that will have more than 3 times the volume of the Apollo capsules. Coming up, we'll look back at the beginning of the space shuttle program. But first, did you know that one major difference being planned for next-generation missions to the moon will be the number of crew members on the surface of the moon? During the Apollo program, only 2 crew members would take the lander down to the surface, while 1 crew member stayed in lunar orbit to maintain the ship. The new system will allow a 4-member crew to transfer to the lunar surface, while automated systems will maintain the crew spacecraft in orbit.
Towards the end of the Apollo program, NASA officials were already thinking about what would be next for the American space program. At that time, the rockets used to place astronauts and equipment into space were designed to be used only once. Although effective, NASA planners decided that they needed a system that was less expensive, reliable, and perhaps most of all, reusable. The idea of a reusable space shuttle that could launch like a rocket and land like an airplane was appealing, and would soon change the way astronauts were traveling into space. The Space Shuttle was born on January 5, 1972, when President Richard Nixon authorized the development of reusable vehicles for space exploration. The project became known officially as the Space Transportation System, or STS. It was based on a piloted spacecraft boosted into orbit by a reusable launch vehicle that could return to Earth like an airplane, ready to be used again on short notice. This new vehicle consisted of 3 primary elements: a delta-winged orbiter spacecraft, two solid rocket boosters, and 1 external fuel tank. Over a 10-year span, 5 orbiters were built, including the test vehicle named Enterprise, and the 4 space orbiters, Columbia, Discovery, Atlantis, and Challenger. On April 12, 1981, after years of testing and construction, the first shuttle, Columbia, reached orbit piloted by astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen. The first 4 shuttle flights were collectively called the Orbital Flight Test Program and demonstrated how the spacecraft performed under real spaceflight conditions. During these first 4 flights, NASA tested the shuttle as a launch vehicle, habitat for crew members, freight handler, instrument platform, and aircraft. After the 4th landing, NASA declared the shuttle ready for operation. Since that time, the shuttle program has performed well over 100 missions and has accomplished a number of monumental achievements. In June 1983, Sally Ride became the first American woman in space. The shuttle launched the Magellan spacecraft to Venus, the Galileo spacecraft to Jupiter, and the Ulysses spacecraft to study the Sun. The shuttle also has deployed the Hubble Space Telescope, the Gamma Ray Observatory, and the Upper Atmosphere Research Satellite. Another key milestone came in 1998 when astronaut John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth, returned as the oldest man ever to reach space as a member of the crew of Discovery on a 9-day mission. The shuttle has also been instrumental in constructing and outfitting the International Space Station, while also being used to carry large payloads to and from orbit and perform servicing missions on satellites. The design, now approaching its 3rd decade, is still state-of-the-art in many areas, including computerized flight control, airframe design, electrical power systems, thermal protection system, and main engines. Even though the sophisticated shuttle program suffered the devastating losses of the Columbia and the Challenger, its successful missions have made great strides in space travel and exploration during its short history. More than 100 documented NASA technologies from the space shuttle are now incorporated into the tools we use, the foods we eat, and the biotechnology and medicines used to improve health. Although plans are now in the works to retire the fleet, the Space Shuttle program will forever hold a special place in the history of space travel, not only for its unique design, but for the history and technologies it brought to all of us.
Even though the Space Shuttle will eventually be phased out, NASA planners still hope to use the proven shuttle main engine and booster technology on next-generation vehicles. Our final story focuses on the advent of GPS. In recent years, the GPS receiver has been one of the most useful tools for professional pilots, drivers, and seafarers. These receivers use geospatial data to identify geographic locations and characteristics of natural and man-made features on the Earth.
These receivers are also being used by hikers, golfers, and fishermen for recreation purposes. However, many people who use this technology still don't know exactly how it works.
Our Johnny Alonso finds out how this complex system helps keep many of us on track and on schedule.
Trying to figure out where you are and where you're going has always been a challenge. Navigation and positioning are crucial to so many activities, and yet the process has not always been easy. Thankfully, the days of navigating by celestial means or landmarks are long gone since the introduction of GPS, or the Global Positioning System. So what is GPS? For some answers, I spoke with Dr. Kevin Dutton at NASA Langley to find out how it works.
GPS stands for the Global Positioning System, and like the name suggests, it's a system to find your location anywhere on the Earth or near the Earth's surface. And the way it does that is by using radio frequency broadcasts from orbiting satellites.
Can you tell me why GPS was originally developed?
It was developed by the Defense Department to meet all of their navigational needs. For example, aircraft and ships at sea, And now even individual soldiers carry little receivers like this in the field to find out where they are.
The global positioning system consists of a constellation of 24 satellites and their ground stations working together. GPS uses these man-made stars as reference points to calculate positions accurate to a matter of meters, and in some cases centimeters. As long as you have a GPS receiver and a clear view of the sky and a map, you'll never be lost again. Today, GPS is finding its way into cars, boats, planes, construction equipment, farm machinery, even laptop computers. So how does the system work?
Let's say you're backpacking and you have a receiver with you. You're going to turn on that receiver. Now the GPS satellites are constantly broadcasting a signal, all 24 of them, but above you at any one time there's only 12 available, and then the other 12 are on the other side of the Earth.
Okay.
So your receiver is going to listen and try to find at least 4 of these satellites directly above you, and then it's going to determine a range to each satellite, and it's going to use those ranges and the known locations of the satellites, and it's going to do some mathematical calculations and a process called trilateration, and it's going to figure out where that GPS receiver is. That'll also give you altitude, and it'll give you speed and the direction that you're traveling in.
A standard GPS receiver will not only place you on a map at any particular location, but will also trace your path across a map as you move. If you leave your receiver on, it can stay in constant communication with GPS satellites to see how your location is changing. With this information and its built-in clock, the receiver can give you several pieces of valuable information like how far you've traveled, how long you've been traveling, your current speed and your average speed. Also, the estimated time of arrival at your destination if you maintain your current speed.
There's a lot of uses that they hadn't really thought about when they developed the system. For example, later on it was discovered that if you put multiple antennas on a vehicle, like an aircraft for instance, you could actually get attitude. You could figure out its orientation and whether it was rolling or pitching or yawing. Other things that they didn't realize they could really do were, for instance, seismologists use it for earthquake detection and to find out when tectonic plates are actually shifting apart. It's that good.
Something else.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Sure. So that's how it works. So the next time you want to know where you are or where you're going, don't reach for a map. Reach for your GPS. Now, which button is it here to press for a date for tonight's gathering at 3?
That's all for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild.
See that one?
Yeah, that's the baby?
That's the baby, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was thinking tinier.
We are very careful that the message and conservation of the environment and the biodiversity here in Sabah goes to the children, to the future generations.
I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
Sandwiched between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans, the island of Borneo is a long way from the United States. Over 8,000 miles from the California coast, in fact. This third largest island in the world is about twice the size of the state of Montana and is rich in biodiversity. Borneo supports a variety of wildlife, around 220 species of mammals, over 600 bird species, reptiles, amphibians, and some of the world's rarest primates, including the great ape we're here to see, the orangutan. Borneo is an island in transition, made up of 3 different countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. Progress and advancement have historically clashed with nature, destroying forests, reducing lands and important habitat for wildlife. But here, the Malaysians are discovering that coexistence is possible. Thrilling as it is to be in Borneo, the drive to Danum Valley Conservation Area begins like any long drive, longer than expected. But neither the crew nor I mind, because on our journey to see orangutans, we pass a lot of other Bornean wildlife. Hornbills, snakes, and then an amazing surprise. Oh, you can hear some more coming down. Bornean pygmy elephants. Oh, their feet, you can see the trees moving, feeding, bathing, eating, messing around. Little baby over here. Smallest species of elephant that there is in the world. Females probably no bigger than 6 or 7 feet. Males no bigger than 8 feet. Listen to that. Listen to that. A little bit of trumpeting, a little bit of social stuff going on. There are estimated to be less than 1,500 Bornean pygmy elephants left in the wild. And to literally round a curve and come upon this endangered species like we did was beyond incredible. So we just heard some trumpeting.
Yeah.
Did they basically
that's
say
warning.
it's time to go?
Yeah, it's time to go.
Look at that. That is so cool.
They can sense there's something wrong.
The matriarch just probably trumpeted. We heard some trumpeting. And she said, time to go. We take that as our cue to roll, too. Our 4.5-hour drive to the lodge is taking us twice as long. But to see this much wildlife before we even get to the lodge is so worth the time. Borneo in the day is one thing. Just imagine what creeps around after dark. This is a night walk where you can find the coolest critters that are out at night. These are all the nocturnal critters of Borneo. We certainly have seen some amazing animals during the day, so I am really excited about seeing what we can find tonight. So cool. One of the first species of frog we run across is a harlequin flying frog. Borneo has the most species of flying animals than any other place in the world. And if anybody ever believed that a frog could fly, this would be it. This guy uses these sticky little feet when he lands on a tree, but he uses these great rear feet and the amount of skin that's in between them as a way to help him glide through the trees. Look at all that. All right, let's let you go. There you go, buddy. Good job. Let's go look for more stuff. This would be cool. What'd you find? A mouse deer. I want to see. Yeah. Now, is this the smallest species of deer on Borneo?
Yes.
These guys are only active at night?
They're active at night.
Because I certainly didn't see any during the day.
No, they're active at night, yeah. So the larger species is the sambar, and this is the smaller.
Oh, there he goes. Let's go find some more stuff. We found the coolest animal that there is on board. Okay, maybe right after the orangutan, or maybe the pygmy elephant, but this little guy called a tarsier is a small primate, but it's made up of the parts of every other animal that you could think of. It's got the ears of a bat with really cool ridges on the inside to help it hear better. It's got the eyes of an owl. It's huge for the size of its body. It's got the tail of a rat, a little hairless thing. It's got the hands and feet of a frog because it hangs onto the trees so tightly. And it's got the fur of a primate. The coolest little animal, just only about this big. So cute. It's been a day and night full of Bornean wildlife, much more than we expected. But it's time for us non-nocturnal animals to head off to bed. We have a full day ahead of us tomorrow. An exciting day in our search for orangutans. Look at this. The bugs here, look at that, pill bug, are just like amazing in size. These guys eat the leaf litter, and they're the ones, they digest it, and out the other end comes nutrient-rich soil. Without these guys and all the other bugs that are around here, you wouldn't see any of the trees, you wouldn't see any of the other animals up here. It's all about the bugs. These are the most important guys, right here. It's a bug. We've gotten word that the trackers have located one of the orangutans, and right now what we're hearing is that it's a mom with a baby. I'm hoping that it's an orangutan that they've been tracking for a while. They've been following some for the entire length of the project for about 10 years now, so I'm really excited to get out there and take a look at the mom and the baby. When translated, orangutan literally means person of the forest. And as we trek deeper into the woods, I feel like a true person of the forest myself.
Here we go. The bridge over Borneo.
This is so gorgeous. Oh my gosh.
Look at those trees there.
Yeah.
On the left.
Hey, don't swing the bridge.
You gotta be quick because the elephants are coming.
Not sure whether or not Ced's joking. I move off that bridge pretty quickly. But not too long after, we see them.
So agile. And they know where to grab and they know when to...
See, that's what's remarkable. They're making those decisions like before they leave. Yeah, and you know, I'm just like, I'm just gonna go there, and now I'm gonna go here, now I'm gonna go here, and I happen to be 100 feet up in the air with no net. Their ability to climb, swing from branch to branch, and balance is really amazing. But orangutans are known for more than just their physical agility. I will bet that I could not find anybody who has worked with orangutans that would not tell you that they are thinking, reasoning, and scheming. So it's really fun to be able to know some orangutans and yet come out here and see them in the wild and really realize why they need those skills. Survival in the wild is not easy. Bornean orangutans eat an amazing variety of foods. Fruits, leaves, bark, flowers, nuts, and occasionally insects and even small mammals. Females can weigh a little over 100 pounds and males up to 200 pounds. This endangered species can live to be 50 years old. So that ability to reason and scheme is key when it comes to figuring out how to survive in the wild. And it makes for some amusing observations back home, too.
Orangutans are amazing mimics. One of our keepers came and was interacting with one of our females, and she was blowing her lots of kisses, mwah, mwah, mwah. And the orangutan just watched her, and that keeper came back about 3 days later, and the first thing the orangutan did was at her.
Watching the orangutans has been lots of fun for Ced and me, but I figured we intruded on their privacy for long enough. Well, you know what? Maybe we should just leave them be for a little while. Okay. After all, it's been several hours since we arrived, so we hit the trail. But suddenly, I have a feeling we're not alone. See?
Yeah.
Are they following us?
Well, I can see them on there, baby. Look at it.
Wait a minute, we said we were going to leave them alone and they came after us? That is too cool.
I think they're just saying, please don't go.
Yeah. But it's time to move on. We have a long trek back to the lodge and then a long drive to our next destination, the Kinabatangan River. And little did I know what was in store for us along the way. Steady rains had made for some slippery traveling. But still, there are some beautiful sights to see. And on our way, we make a scheduled stop to visit InfraPro, a program that's really making a difference in Borneo's conservation efforts. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Julie.
I am Bakar. I'm one of the rangers.
One of the rangers. That's awesome. You know, the reforestation project is really, really interesting. And this is kind of amazing to me right here, all the different types of seeds.
Yes, this is one of a different type of species, but all of the species is commercial species.
They're all commercial. Oh, so these are all logged.
Yes, we call dipterocarps.
They're all dipterocarps. So, but you take the seeds and start the new plants again after you've cut down some areas?
Yes.
Well, by now, I'm sure you can see how important the forest is to Borneo's wildlife and the overall health of the island. Dipterocarp trees are a crucial part of the environment, and there are several species on the island. After trees are cut for logging or development, replanting is imperative for the survival of the forest and the island's wildlife. And that's exactly what Bakar does. Your job is to replant all the different varieties of trees. That is pretty incredible. How many different varieties do you think there are?
So about 24 for the different species.
24? God. The name dipterocarp is what you guys pronounce. Is di comes from two, and isn't taro wings, and then carp is seed.
Yeah.
So it's got two wings on the seed. But that's a great way, you know, for the forest. The trees are so tall that they can actually use that to disperse their seeds. So instead of an animal dispersing the seeds, the wind would disperse the seeds. So can we go see what you do with the seeds?
Yes,
okay.
Of course.
Right.
Here we go.
So how old are these guys right now?
It's about 2 months.
2 months from a seed?
Yeah, from the seed.
You grow things a lot better than I do at home. The program started in 1992, and since that time, they've accomplished a lot. That's pretty incredible, replanting the forest with the same native species that were there prior to them being logged.
Yeah.
And how many total seedlings do you have and are going to be replanted?
Somewhere around.
How many?
It's about almost 2 million of seeds.
2 million,
2 million
seeds you have planted. That, you have done a good job. That's awesome. It's more than awesome. InfraPro and Bakar are literally saving orangutans and other wildlife by providing a sustainable habitat for them to live in. And they're proving that animals can survive and thrive in secondary forests. The more time I spend in Borneo, the more hopeful I am about the future of this species. Very cool, a rhinoceros beetle. This guy is one of the largest species of beetle in the world. And this is a male because his horns are so much larger than the females. This guy is incredible. They fight with other rhinoceros beetles, with the other males. They use those horns for that. It's amazing. Amazing to find him right here. The Kinabatangan River is teeming with wildlife, and we take advantage of one of the best ways to get an up-close look at some of the amazing animals here. All right, we finally found our proboscis monkeys. They're up there in the tree, and proboscis monkeys are just so cool. They're only found here in Borneo, kind of along the freshwater swamps along the river here, and It's an animal that is unlike any other primate that you've ever seen. The long, big noses. The males have the longest ones that you've ever seen. And they make this resonating sound out of it. And the females obviously like it because those are the ones they pick to be their mates. It's a harem system. So basically, one male will have a lot of different females, and they'll all hang out together. The male will protect the females. And about half of these females have offspring. So this guy has been pretty productive over the last few months. The babies are good news because the proboscis monkey is an endangered species, experiencing the same challenges as the orangutan and other Bornean wildlife, primarily loss of habitat. But recent changes are making a difference. Conservationists are finding that by engaging local residents and helping them truly appreciate the natural treasures they have in their own backyard, these same people are more apt to care about what happens to animals who share their space and their home. Local people are employed as field, what would you call that then if they're not a biologist?
Field researchers.
Field researcher. Because they have so much knowledge of the local, the forests and the animals in it along the Kinabatangan River here.
And our challenge is to often to I suppose, identify these people living in around the villages, bring them on board, give them a job first of all, and I suppose the kind of income that they can earn is much more compared to what they may earn if they were just sort of hanging around doing something else, yeah? So I think these opportunities plus the prospect of a career, to even develop that career. So coming in as a daily paid assistant, to coming in as a field assistant, to a field researcher is a good career path.
And some see the work as much more than a career path.
But then there must be some others who also see that in as much as they are here, they should be part of the solutions. They should be part of giving hope to others to understand that we've changed the land dramatically, but there is hope for the species that survive because the governments are not totally irresponsible. There's still some sense of responsibility in setting aside some parts of the swamps. And in fact, we know that the Kinabatangan has now been gazetted as a wildlife sanctuary. That means there is their commitment. And I think people want to lend themselves to that commitment to make it happen.
One of the groups committed to making it happen is the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project. For over 10 years, these dedicated researchers have worked with both local residents and government to protect and study orangutans in their natural habitat.
We try to do as much as we can. So first we conduct some scientific research, ecological research. We understand how they live in this kind of environment, secondary forests where they mostly occur, and we try to see if they can survive in those forests in the long term and what can be done in terms of reforestation to help their long-term survival. We also work with the government in terms of protection of those forests. We have a team of wildlife wardens who are people from the village who are trained and given the responsibility by the government to protect this area. So they have the legal powers to arrest illegal loggers, poachers, and it's a program we've been working on for the past 7 years, and it's working very well with about 17 people in this area patrolling almost on a daily basis.
It seems the key really is to create a strong connection between people and their environment. And this project believes in starting this process at an early age, with children's programs to help teach the kids about their surroundings.
Jadi, maksud dia ada 2 kawasan, maksud dia kita ada berapa spesies orangutan di seluruh dunia.
Ecotourism is playing a big part in orangutan conservation too. When people see these animals up close, it makes a difference, not only just for tourists. Even people that work with these animals every day feel a strong sense of connection here.
I've been in the zoo business for a long time, 34 years or so, and to see a great ape in the wild for the first time, it was just incredible.
Well, I kind of had to keep pinching myself because it has been a goal of mine for a long time now to come here, a dream of mine. And so I really kind of had to keep telling myself, oh my gosh, look where you are. Look at these trees, look at these mountains, look at the clouds. You're actually here. Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild and to see them actually, living in these amazing trees.
And this newfound connection to Borneo will be transported back to the U.S. One place specifically, Tampa Bay, Florida.
I'm not only going to take back just the amazing experience that I've had and use it to try to impart the experience and the just sheer amazingness of the rainforest and the animals to help our keeper staff, but also to spread that message to the guests that come to Busch Gardens so that we can make those choices and really help to save orangutans in the wild.
We look at opportunities, and the opportunity is one can manage tropical rainforests to produce wood and to save wildlife, and as a place that tourists would like to come to and see that wildlife. And if we think in that way and don't get bogged down with all the problems, I think we're onto a good thing in the future.
The Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project is doing a fantastic job in research, education, protection, and connecting people with orangutans and their habitat. It's definitely a project well worth supporting.
Busch Gardens has funded KOCP over 10 years ago, and Seawolf Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has continued to do that. They made dramatic progress. I think one of the takeaways I'll bring back from Borneo is that when I came here, it seemed that most of the publicity suggests that orangutans have a very grim chance of survival. But after being here and seeing the people that are really doing research on the animals, who are working with the government to try to manage forests better than they are, the involvement of the community in conservation, I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
I think so too. And our next stop will show you how adamantly the people here are working to help save the orangutan. These trees are really, really special. Dipterocarp trees, which are some of the tallest species of trees in the world. The Bornean forest is really unique. It's different from the African rainforest. It's different from the Amazon. You've got more flying species, and I call them flying with quotations because basically they're either flying or gliding species in the Bornean rainforest than you do anywhere else in the world. We've been in Borneo a little over a week, and one thing that really stands out to me, no matter where we visit, modern cities like Sandakan, smaller villages along the river, or more remote locations like Danum Valley. Jacuzzi pool, I think I found the right spot. I'm going for it. There is a growing sense of the benefits of balance, and nowhere is this more affirming than at the Sepalak Wildlife Rescue Center. We pull in just before 8 a.m., about the same time as the school bus. Avery, how many are in there right now? 5. I can't tell. 5. That is adorable. Every morning they get to go in the wheelbarrow. Do you call that something?
Yeah, school bus.
This is the school bus. How old are most of these animals?
They're around 3 to 5 years old.
Look at the little one. Can you, do you call them names?
Yes, they have their own names. Rubin. Swan Rubin. Galang.
Oh, the big guy. Look at that. So this is where they get their exercise for a little while, huh? Hi. Look at this. Right away they go at climbing. Each orangutan here at Sepalak has its own story of why they were abandoned or orphaned. And although being with their mother is certainly the best scenario, Sepalak is a great alternative when that's not possible. Orangutan offspring stay with their mom for between 6 and 8 years, and she devotes full-time attention to each one as they're learning how to survive in the forest. So as far as the food, we fed milk and banana. Is there other things that you feed when they're young, or does that sustain them?
We also give them multivitamin supply because I think that's very, very important for them to have all these mineral supplies and some multivitamin because it builds their health. When they are put together in a very small space, as in this rehab center, they tend to catch diseases easily from each other. So these are the things that's very important.
Another vital key to good health is exercise. And these guys have a great outdoor area to climb and play. This actually helps them develop the skills they'll need once they're released into the wild, which is the ultimate goal.
So who designed the jungle gym? Who designed it? Of course, us at the center. But it's good for the orangutans because they can progress from the lower ones to the higher ones. And we can see their progress. And we design it in such a way that it's a circular system so they can do their rounds and then come back and we'll see. This is especially designed for the babies below 3 years, so they can get familiarized among themselves and also practice the grabbing.
They do a lot for the orangutans at Sepalak. So while I'm here, I figure I can lend a hand too. They may not get hand-bathed like the orangutans at Sepalak, but the orangutans at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay are fortunate to have lots of room to climb at their new habitat, Jungala.
Well, Jungala has a lot of vertical space, which is exactly what orangutans need. They're arboreal animals, and so they've been using the vines to climb across and also use their hammocks to make nests like they would in the wild.
The trip to Borneo certainly inspired me, and I know it changed April and Dr. Olson as well.
The Borneo trip was really an incredible experience for both April and myself. I think the thing that most affected me was seeing some of the individuals working so hard with conservation efforts with orangutans and the habitat there. The involvement of the community and how many people were truly involved, very dedicated to conserving the species and habitat.
Our trip to Borneo, if anything, inspired me to be more dedicated about orangutan conservation. Seeing them in Borneo, seeing them in the forest, meeting the people that are actually doing conservation work over there, it just helped me to know that I can make a difference and that everybody can make a difference.
Borneo definitely changed us all, and I'm encouraged by the people, programs, and government that are definitely working together to save the orangutan, other wildlife species, and the forests they call home.
After being here at the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project, I really realized how important it is for us to support research through our SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Now they're able to look at the disturbed forests, knowing that reforestation projects work and that orangutans will be able to move back into those areas, which is huge for the amount of land and the resources that the orangutans need in order to be able to survive into the future.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Hey there, I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to another episode of NASA 360. We have a great show lined up for you today. First, we're going to talk about NASA's exploration plans. You know, like, where are they headed? Try the moon. We're going back. And Mars. Then, for all you gearheads out there, we're going to show you how IndyCar and NASCAR are using some NASA technologies in racing. But first, let's talk about this behind me. By the end of the next decade, NASA is planning on going back to the moon. Now, technology, it has changed so much since 1969, when they originally landed on the moon. So NASA's been developing new technologies, new spacecraft, new structures to help them get back. And with any new plan like this, huge concern, safety, and it should be. With that being said, NASA has begun testing the new concepts and vehicles to help them get back to the moon. And this thing behind me, it's part of the testing. It's called the Flight Test Article for the Launch Abort System. What does that mean? Let me help you break it down.
The vehicles that NASA will be using in their new exploration plans will look very similar to the Apollo vehicles used back in the 1960s and 70s, but these will be much more advanced. NASA's new spacecraft will include the Ares rockets that will carry crew and cargo into space, the Altair lunar lander that will bring crews down to the lunar surface, and finally there will be the Orion capsule that will house NASA astronauts during liftoff and return to Earth.
So you see, this flight test article is a mock-up of that Orion capsule I was just talking about. Yeah, but why would NASA need a mock-up like this?
In the unlikely event that the astronauts need to escape from the launch pad quickly, the launch abort system will lift the Orion capsule away from the danger area, 1 mile in the air and 1 mile downrange. Parachutes will deploy, and the capsule will come down for a landing. So before astronauts fly in this capsule, NASA must test it to be sure it operates properly and that it's safe. That's where the flight test article comes in. NASA can't rely on computer simulations alone, so they need to test a full-scale unmanned version of the craft. It will be strapped onto the escape rocket motor and fired to make sure that everything works as planned. The results of this test will help NASA make sure everything is in working order and give some reassurance that this system will keep the crews safe.
By now, if you didn't already know it before, you've heard me say NASA first went to the moon back in 1969. But did you know that tons of the materials developed for those first moon missions can be found in our daily lives? That's right. You can find some NASA-inspired technologies in your home, your car, your computer, even in the packaging for the food we eat. And guess where else they can be found? Try professional sports equipment. There's not a sport around that hasn't been touched by NASA in some way. Now, to help show us that NASA technology, Johnny Alonso cruised down to Miami, Florida to meet with some folks from the IndyCar series.
How's it going? Johnny Alonso. Let me ask you something. If you had to guess, what would you say is the most popular spectator sport in the world? Football? Soccer? Basketball? Yeah, those are all popular, but one that doesn't come to mind as quickly is auto racing. Hands down, auto racing's in the top tier of sporting events, and just to prove that, all you gotta do is check out the numbers. You know the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that hosts the Indy 500? That place can almost seat 400,000 people, and that's just for one race. One race.
From the first cars ever built through today, people have always wanted to see cars go faster and faster. But let me tell you, by today's standards, those early cars weren't exactly what you would call safe. A lot of drivers didn't wear seatbelts or helmets, and actually many of the cars didn't even have padded seats. So things could get sketchy really fast in the old days. But today's racing is very different. Although it's still fraught with risks, the technology and engineering that goes into the sport is amazing. Without doubt, racing is one of the most advanced and technology-driven sports around.
Okay, so what does NASA have to do with racing? Well, a lot more than you might think. Dozens of NASA-inspired technologies that were originally created for space and aeronautics are now being used in race cars. So to find out more about these NASA-inspired technologies, I traveled down to the Homestead Miami Raceway to speak with some key people from IndyCar.
Even if you don't know anything about racing, you know what an IndyCar is. These super sleek race cars can put out over 700 horsepower and can reach speeds well over 200 miles per hour. The IndyCar Series is the premier open-wheeled racing league in the country. Now, open wheel is different from, say, NASCAR, because the steering wheel is outside the main body, not tucked under a roof.
So a lot of testing goes into every car, and one of the key elements that are being tested are the car's aerodynamic characteristics.
Aerodynamics is a big deal in racing because you want your car to go fast, but stay on the track at the same time. Think about it like this. When a jetliner takes off, it's usually moving between 150 and 180 miles per hour. So, if an Indy car goes over 200 miles per hour, you would think it might take off too, right? Well, one of the major reasons the car sticks to the ground is because of its wings. Yeah, that's right. Indy cars have wings that are similar to a jetliner. But the big difference is the IndyCar wings are turned upside down, providing downforce instead of lift. So, instead of the car taking off like a plane does, the air pressure pushes the car towards the ground, keeping it firmly planted on the track.
So how are race cars' aerodynamic characteristics tested? Well, pretty much the same way we test airplanes, in wind tunnels. A lot of car designers team up with NASA to use NASA wind tunnels to get a better handle on aerodynamics. So whether you're driving in your family car, flying in a plane, or zipping around in an Indy car, it's a good bet that a lot of initial testing was done at NASA. Another NASA-inspired technology being used in racing today is the fire protection suits worn by drivers and pit crews. Originally used by NASA astronauts for the rigors of space, today's drivers wear boots, gloves, masks, and overalls that can help keep them safe in case of a fire. In fact, these suits are so good that recent tests determined that drivers can theoretically survive up to 35 seconds in a fire, with the heat reaching 1,500 degrees. Help us find out about the cutting-edge technology used in these cars. I spoke with my buddy Les McTaggart from the IndyCar Series.
This is a current IndyCar Series car, and I mean, this car is capable of probably traveling over 230 miles an hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so safety is one of the prime concerns for us, obviously because the drivers are very important. So the whole car, this whole section of the car really is the cockpit area where the driver's located. He sits in this area here. We have a headrest structure around here. This has foam inside, and it's to protect the driver's head in an accident so that this compresses. Behind that, we have a molded seat. Now this seat is it's made of a dense foam material, and it's actually molded to the driver's body. It fits every curvature of his body to hold him very securely in the cockpit, so that in a high impact condition, he doesn't move in the car, because if he moves in the car, that's when you get an injury.
Let's talk about aerodynamics.
Right, the aerodynamics of these cars actually is really cool, because the whole car is designed like an upside down wing. We propel the air under the car faster than it flows over the top surface, and the reason that we do that is to create ground effects. And the ground effects on this car typically is probably about 3,000 pounds of negative pressure. So you could run this car on the ceiling at 180 miles an hour and it wouldn't fall off.
Wow.
And the idea is so you can go through corners very fast because the car is actually sucked to the ground.
So can you tell the viewers how the aerodynamics have actually changed with the cars?
Yeah, I mean, certainly over the last 10 or 15 years, they've become much more sophisticated because we have many more tools to refine the cars. Okay. Wind tunnels have become much more sophisticated in terms of the speeds we can run the cars in. And we can understand all aspects of the cars now, because not only going in a straight line, we look at how they spin, how they react, resistance to the car, and can we improve the safety of the car in different situations. So the tools available to us now are 10 times better than they were 15 years ago. Safety is very important to us, and we're constantly looking at new technology to try and improve the situation for the drivers, because all we can do really is minimize the risk, and anything that we can improve, as I say, we're constantly looking at structures and different mechanisms to make it better.
Drivers have also benefited from other NASA-inspired technologies. Things like improved brakes, oil seals, specialized safety seats, accelerometers, and many, many other things. So who are these daredevils that take these risks every day? Well, I caught up with a few drivers to find out how technology is not only helping them drive better, but be safe too.
If you're a race car driver, you're never going to fear that something's going to happen to you. Obviously, it's good to have the safety, but we're always going to be in a risk. It's never going to be 100% safe.
Yellow car front. Yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow. Great job, Johnny.
It makes us more comfortable knowing that we have an extra safety devices. We have the Hunt device, which is it's a device that we put around our necks, and it's attached to the helmet. Because if you had a head crash, your neck wouldn't snap, so you wouldn't break your neck, and then all the other things I talked about. But there's so many variables that can happen on the streets that don't happen here, that I would say I feel a lot safer in the racetrack than actually on the streets.
Now, I mean, we have the seats molded to us. I mean, everything, I mean, it's all really compact. That the cars are meant to disintegrate, like, so it takes less G-forces off of us, exactly. So, you know, we still, as drivers, we don't like to even talk about it, but no, it's great. I mean, you know, as long as these cars stay on the ground, that you're safe. So it's come definitely a long way. Sure. Not as far as maybe NASA, but.
All right, so we found out a few technologies that some race car engineers are using that originally came from NASA. But do you think NASA can learn anything from an Indy car? Ha! You better believe it. Check it out. Right now, NASA is planning missions back to the moon and onto Mars. The capsule NASA will be using is called the Orion. Even though Orion looks similar to the old Apollo capsule, it's a brand new state-of-the-art spacecraft that'll hold between 4 and 6 crew members. Now, if you recall, when the old Apollo capsules returned from the moon, they splashed down into the ocean, right? Well, that worked well for the Apollo. But today, NASA scientists are researching whether the Orion will come down in the ocean or if they wanted to come down on land. Either way, some serious work is going into understanding how to protect astronauts from injury during landing.
Although NASA has tons of data on what astronauts may experience during landing, they're also working with IndyCar to look at their data too. This is because IndyCar has detailed data for every crash since 1996. As you can imagine, when a car hits the wall at 200 miles per hour, the occupant will experience huge G-loads. So it's a no-brainer that IndyCar and NASA would be working hand in hand to produce better protection strategies for both drivers and astronauts. NASA will use much of the data to help design optimum seat configurations to help minimize risks to our crews upon re-entry and landing, while IndyCar will benefit by having NASA researchers designing seat configurations that may also help keep race drivers safe. So whether in spacecraft or in race cars, both groups are working hard to provide the best protection for vehicle occupants.
Okay, earlier in the show, we talked about how NASA is planning on sending astronauts back to the moon and then on to Mars, remember? All right, well, here's a question for you. Where are they going to live once they get there? And most likely, during the first few missions, astronauts will live on the spacecraft that got them there. But as they begin to stay for longer and longer periods of time, NASA's really going to need to provide some permanent living quarters. So, are we talking condos? Are we talking apartments on the moon? Not quite. What will astronaut housing look like on the moon and Mars? And how will it be constructed? Let me tell you. Right now, the leading candidate for moon and Mars habitats are something called inflatable structures, like these guys right here. Now, these structures are kind of similar to those giant blow-up bounce houses you might find at your state fair or at a birthday party. However, the inflatable structures that NASA's looking at are as tough as nails. They're hard as steel, and they're able to withstand the rigors of space as well as the different environments of Mars and the moon. I spoke with Judith Watson at NASA Langley to find out how these inflatable structures are going to work.
Inflatables have been around for a long time. If you go back as early as the early satellites like the Echo, that was actually a balloon that we orbited all in space. So it was an inflatable structure. As early as the 1960s, Wernher von Braun was considering using inflatables on a space station orbiting the Earth. So they've been around for a long time. More recently, in the 90s, we started looking at a possibility of one as part of space station to give the astronauts a little bit more room. So it's not that uncommon. It's been around for a while, and now we want to take it and take a look at it. Is it good enough for the astronauts to live in on the moon? We're actually looking at materials like Kevlar and Vectran, which are very sturdy fabric materials. We use a bladder that's a polyethylene coated type material, so it's sort of a rubber coating to it to help hold the atmosphere in. Your Kevlar, your Vectran, which is like webbing, acts as a restraint layer and holds the load. So you have a very sturdy fabric material holding in the atmosphere. Then you put other layers on top of that to protect it thermally from the changes in temperature. It gets quite hot and quite cold on the moon. We also have to look out for radiation problems for the crew. The moon is going to be like living on a vacuum. So you don't have an atmosphere, we don't have air, we have to take that with us. We have the micrometeoroid threat, which means they're small little rocks, varying sizes, that come through very fast at very high speeds, much faster than even a bullet comes through on Earth, that can hit the structure and punch a hole in it. And that's the same whether it's steel, composite, or an inflatable structure. So whatever we put up there, we have to put up a protection layer to protect against that.
Geez, I have to tell you, I'm dying to touch that. Just to see if I can kind of push it and can we go over?
Sure,
Should I take a look?
Come on over. It can be hard as steel. Right now it's only pressurized like 0.1 psi.
Right.
We want to go to 9 psi. So that's like going from 1 to 100. So it gets a lot stiffer. So if you push on this, you can push on it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little give to it.
It's a little give. But in reality, once you really bring it up in pressure, the way that it's going to be on the moon, it's going to be as hard as steel. To give you an example of it, here's my trusty basketball. Basketballs are basically inflatables in their own right. They have a certain type of material on them. They're actually been coated with rubber, not unlike we're going to coat the inside of this guy. And if you think about it, they're pretty darn hard.
They are.
So they can bounce. So it's going to be a very similar principle. We're going to put enough pressure in there that this thing's going to be very hard.
Judith, if I'm an astronaut on the moon, how do I get into an inflatable structure? If it's pressurized, when I walk into it or go into it, isn't it going to affect the pressure?
It will, and that's why we have airlock. So if you want to step around this way, I can show you the airlock and how it operates. Then we can open the door, and you can step inside. And here you go.
Oh, wow, this is amazing. Earlier you were talking about the bladder.
Yes.
Okay. Describe what you mean by the bladder of this structure.
Okay, the bladder's this inside layer. It's coated in polyethylene, which is like a rubber, and that's to keep the air from going out. The idea is we don't want this even leaking a little bit. Anything in space is going to leak a very small amount.
Right.
So we want them to keep their air as long as possible. So we've got that on the inside, and it usually doesn't maintain the structure, the tension that's caused by the air. It's just here to protect the air from going out.
Okay.
So it's a little bit larger, so there we get little wrinkles sometimes if it's not totally inflated like it is right now. It's very stretchable.
Very stretchable.
So that's what the inside is made out of.
All right, Judith, I think we're equalized. We ready to go?
Sure thing.
That is so cool.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Very happy to show it to you.
So we know NASA is not just going to send up these inflatable structures to the moon or Mars without testing them first, but where on Earth do you test these structures to make sure they can withstand the rigors of space?
NASA packed an inflatable structure habitat and sent it down to McMurdo Station, Antarctica, where the focus was to see how easy it was to deploy and how it held up under those harsh conditions. A small group unpacked and set up the inflatable, then began to inflate it. Once the inflatable was laid out and secured, about 6 minutes later, it was fully inflated and ready to be used. This is good news because although the conditions are tough down in Antarctica, it will probably be just a little bit harder on the moon, where astronauts have to carry their own oxygen and work inside bulky spacesuits. You may wonder if this inflatable structure can actually hold up on the moon and Mars. Why doesn't NASA just send up rigid structures? Well, there are a lot of reasons, but two of the most important are storage and weight. Right now, this huge inflatable structure can fold up into a very small space for shipment to the moon, and it's considerably lighter than rigid structures. Now, this is important. To land 1 pound of supplies on the lunar surface, NASA must launch 125 pounds of hardware and fuel to get it there. Another benefit is that this inflatable structure can be taken down and redeployed multiple times, permitting exploration beyond the initial landing area. So it looks like NASA is on the right track.
Okay, so earlier in the program, we showed you how NASA's working with the IndyCar series to help make changes in safety and technology. But they're not the only racing series that NASA's working with. That's right. NASA's also helping NASCAR to help make improvements in their cars too. Of course, many of the NASA technologies found in IndyCar and in NASCAR are the same. But there are some unique characteristics found in stock car, not found in IndyCar. So what are they? I cruised down to Mooresville, North Carolina to speak with one of the premier teams in all of racing, Team Penske. Can you tell me some things that NASA has been influential with auto racing?
Yeah. In fact, we've got some good applications that we use right here. A lot of them are related to how we protect the driver, keep his head in the game, so to speak. Obviously, one of the byproducts of combustion is carbon monoxide. Bad stuff.
Now, many drivers have complained about headaches, nausea, and dizziness. So, to help these drivers with this type of sickness, Team Penske once again worked with NASA. The solution came from a NASA project called the Low Temperature Oxidation Catalyst that was originally designed for use on space-based atmospheric lasers. So Penske engineers took the basic idea from NASA and then designed a catalytic air filter that removes over 99% of all airborne particles. Once the particles are removed, the air is cooled and pumped into the driver's helmet, giving them fresh, clean air. With this new development, carbon monoxide sickness in drivers may soon be a thing of the past. And this may seem pretty obvious, but one key difference between IndyCar and NASCAR is that NASCAR vehicles have a roof. So why is this so important? Well, one big factor is heat. In an IndyCar, the driver is exposed to a 200-mile-per-hour wind stream, which keeps them relatively cool. But in a stock car, the roof keeps a lot of the heat inside, allowing temperatures to reach upwards of 160 degrees. To combat this, NASCAR teams began insulating car cockpits with the same type of thermal protection system that protects the space shuttle when it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. This addition only added 4 pounds to the car, but cut the heat inside by over 50 degrees.
We're always questioning the design. First thing is, we have what's called a scale model program. We have a car just like this, but it's 45% of that in every detail. We'll blow that and do design studies on that to figure out, how things work.
Right.
Second thing is, we'll take these full cars and we'll blow them in a wind tunnel.
Sure.
We've done it at Langley.
NASA wind tunnel.
There you go. Langley. Another way is purely theoretical. To use computational fluid dynamics to look at the flow of the car, which is all mathematical. If you take all of those approaches and combine them, you start to get a full understanding of what's going on and how to make it faster.
Doctor, what inspired you to become an engineer?
Well, NASA had a huge role in it. I grew up in that community, watched all the moon launches from my front yard. So it was just a part of that culture. And science and technology and engineering as applied science, it was a natural for me. So I couldn't say no. Haven't regretted it since.
So Ken, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
Definitely, and we'll be seeing you at the next race.
Enjoyed it.
Take care. So we have learned a lot today about exploration and how NASA technologies are helping out in auto racing. And with us going back to the moon and on to Mars, there's no doubt that tons of these NASA technologies will be converted to be used in our everyday lives. Yeah. Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. Catch you next time on NASA 360. Help us find out about the cutting technology to cutting edge.
What about the most
And how NASA technologies are helping out. Again?
Dozens of national... Yeah. Right. Okay, so what is that?
So Ken, thanks for having me down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
And we'll be rooting for you too. Do it again. So Ken, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem. Come back anytime. Enjoyed it.
Definitely, and we'll be voting for you. Jeez, I can't get this done. They're moving the car, I'm moving out. I'm voting, rooting.
or actually can be found?
So to find out what some more of these NASA-inspired technologies are, I came here. Oh, that was it! Driving in a family car, zipping around in an Indy car. Sure bet that, whatever, the last line.
to see a magician? Oh, wow, I think you're ready. That sounds awesome. I bet we woke up everybody in the library. I bet they're out there sleeping and they're all awake now. Well, this summer, remember our theme is What's Cooking at the Library. So let's all scream as loud as we can on the count of 3. What's cooking? And we'll see if Bruce Amato comes out and performs some magic tricks for us. So help me count. 1, 2, 3.
Well, thank you and good morning. How's everybody doing today? Hey, let's try that one more time. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the library and welcome to the magic show. My name is Mr. Bruce, and by a show of hands, how many have ever seen me perform before? Raise your hands. Oh, that's good. Hands down. How many don't know who I am? Raise your hands. That's good, too. Hands down. How many don't know who you are? Raise your hands. Hey, we're going to have an awesome time today. Our show is called Imagine That. What's it say? Imagine That. Very good. In a few moments, we're going to take a little magical journey and investigate some fun and important things and what it takes to use our imaginations. You know, every day we use our imaginations, whether we're playing or we're working, but when it comes to reading, do we use our imaginations? Of course we do. And today we're going to have some fun with our imaginations, but first, if you see something you like, clap your hands really loud. It shows that you're having fun. Let me hear you. All right. Number 2, if you see something you think is funny and want to make you laugh or giggle, go ahead and laugh and giggle, okay? That's good. Don't hold that laughter in because you might explode or something, okay? So, anyways, you know, to start the show off today, I thought I'd give everybody a little test. Now, I brought along a little bag. This is called a do-nothing bag. Anybody know why we call it a do-nothing bag? It doesn't do a thing. But today it does serve a very special purpose because on one side, the bag has white spots and it's blue. The other side is white with blue spots. Now, in the bag here, there are 2 handkerchiefs. Let me show you. The first one here happens to be white. Now, this used to be blue, but I bleached it white. Then I got another one right here. This one is blue. This used to be white, but I dyed it blue. And then, of course, the inside of the bag is completely empty. Well, right now, we're going to see if we can work a little magic this morning. We're going to see if we can change the colors of the handkerchiefs. Do you think we can do it? Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to give it a try. All I want you to do on the count of 3 is to yell the magic words. Imagine that. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I'll give it 2 taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. All right. Then when I reach inside, let's see what happens. You're not going to believe this. It's changed colors. Look at here. Do you remember the white handkerchief? Well, look. The white handkerchief has changed to blue. And the blue has changed to white. Oh, you're not going to fall for that, are you? I tell you what, let's try one more time. All right. Wiggle everybody out. Just wiggle your fingers toward the bag. Everybody say, imagine that. I'll give it 2 more taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. This time, the handkerchiefs will be covered in spots, just like the bag. Here we go. Look at this. This is so cool. You are not going to believe this. Look at here. They are covered in spots. Look at this. The white handkerchief, check this out, is now covered in white spots. And the blue one's covered in blue spots. You're not going to fall for that either, are you? I tell you what, let's try again. Everybody wiggle your fingers toward the bag, and I want you to say, imagine that. Imagine that. One more time, we give it 2 taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. Let's see what happened, because when I reach inside here, oh yeah, it has worked. Because remember the blue handkerchief? Look, the blue handkerchief is covered in white spots, and the white one is covered in blue spots, and give yourselves a hand. All right. Uh-oh, we got a problem. We're missing a spot. It must have fallen on the floor. Wait a minute, let me check the bag. Maybe it's inside here. Oh, here it is. Would you like to see it? Yeah. It's actually a pretty big spot. In fact, the only spot that's in the bag here happens to be my dog Spot. Everybody likes to see, so give yourselves a big hand for helping me out there. All right. Hey, you know, we're going to have an awesome time today, and right now, I need to borrow a volunteer. I need to get a girl up here to help me. Somebody with a big smile on her face. Let's see here. Hey, would you like to help me? Come on up here. Let's give her a big hand. Here she comes. Right over here. Come right over here. How you doing? What's your name? Lexi. Give Lexi a big hand. All right. Now, Lexi, we've got a big audience here today, and it's hard for everybody to hear you talk, so you got to speak up real loud, okay? All right, so, Lexi, are you having fun? That's good. You like magic? Do you like to read? Do you like the library? Do you like to say yes? That's what I thought, okay. Hey, you know, I got to tell you, I chose Lexi because she looks like she has a good imagination, but not only that, I bet she loves helping Mom and cook at home. You like to help Mom cook? Have you ever baked cookies and cakes and things like that? Well, this is great. Well, today, I thought it'd be fun to let Lexi here bake everybody here a great big cake. What do you think? Yeah! Actually, I don't think cake would be good. I think something like cookies. How about cookies? Now, Lexi, in order for us to do this, we don't want to get any ingredients on your clothes there, so I brought along a little bag here. Would you reach inside there and take out what's in there for me? That's good. Everybody know what that is? Oh, that's not a diaper. Who said that? That's a scalp salve. Okay, go ahead and put it on your head there for me, Lexi. Oh, this is going to look so cool on you. There you go. Oh, yeah. And you look like Chef Boyardee. Okay, good. Reach in there. There's something else in there. Can you find it? It's kind of hard to find, isn't it? Tell you what, I'll get it for you. It's way down in the bottom. It's really kind of hard to get. There it is. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Oh, yes. Usually everybody claps right out there. Okay, that's good. All right. Now, Lexi, would you face the audience? What we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and tie this right around your waist. It's a very simple thing. Sorry about that. I thought you were taller than that. Anyways, we'll just tie it around your waist here. It's very simple thing. That ain't going to work, is it? Tell you what, Lexi, hold your arms up for me. There you go. We'll just tie this right around your waist with one big bow here. There you go. You're doing great. All right. And I think she's ready to bake some cookies. All right, Lexi, are you ready? Good. Now, you got to step into the kitchen. The kitchen is right about there. Now, in a kitchen, naturally, you got to have an oven. So I brought along a little oven with me today. This is called my magic oven. You see, because it's not powered by electricity. It's not even powered by batteries. It's powered by your imagination. Now, I have put a few ingredients in here already, like flour, milk, and sugar. But what kind of cookies do you think we ought to make? Chocolate. I think I got some chocolate in my ingredient bag here, so I got a cupcake. All right. I'll go ahead and put a little chocolate in there, and let's see, how about some peanut butter? This could be good. This could be chocolate chip peanut butter cookies. Perfect. Not a problem. We'll just... Those worms got a hold of it. Hey, you know what? I got an idea. I'm going to go ahead and stick a little of that peanut butter in there. And, boy. And Laura, can we turn the volume down just a little bit? We're getting a lot of feedback. Let's see, what other kind of ingredients? How about some pizza? done. Go ahead. Let them see all the cookies there. There's the start. Look at here. That's not cookies. That's my racket Roxy. You might want to get my hand. All right. He's looking very out how he got in there, but hey, you know what? You can tell him he's real sweet. That's good. All right, shake hands with him. Nice shot. There you go. Go ahead. He won't bite you. There, shake hands with him like that. There you go. See, look at there. Ever shook hands with a bunny? You still haven't. That was his paw. But you know what? You might want to give Roxy a big hand for showing up today. All right. I'll tell you what, at the end of the show, I'll let you guys see him up close. How's that sound? All right. So let's give him another big hand for showing up. All right. We'll put him back here so he can watch the rest of the show. But you know what? I got to tell you, Roxy, you did an awesome job. Come over here. You know, kind of face the audience. But I'm a little disappointed we didn't make any cookies, did we? I think I figured out why we didn't make any cookies. You see, all those important ingredients had a great big hair in it. Well, let's give Lexi a big hand for coming out there today. Thank you, Lexi. Are you having a good time? Yeah! Raise your hands if you love to read. Raise your hands if you love the library. Raise your hands if you love books. Raise your hands if you like to raise your hands. Hey, you know, I love to read. I got to tell you, when I was 7 years old, it was the very first time I discovered the library. It was quite an experience, and I'm going to show you today. You see, I brought along a little folder with me. What does it say, gang? Library. I brought along a picture of me when I was 7 years old. It's right in here. Let me show you. Here I am. That was the resemblance. Anyways, the first day I went to the library was quite an experience. You see, I walked through those big glass double doors, and I was in awe. I saw hundreds and thousands of books. I didn't even know where to begin because nobody told me you could go to the library and read all the books you wanted for free. I thought that was a neat idea. Well, after looking around in the library, I went to one side and I found a book on racing. I love racing. And I sat down and I started reading. You know what I started doing? I started whistling. I was whistling so loud in the library, everybody turned around and looked at me, and they all went, what'd they do? Meaning what? Quiet in the library. Because you're supposed to be real quiet, right? People are studying and they're learning and they're reading. Well, nobody told me that. And as you can see, I kind of turned red with embarrassment. You know, I didn't think too much about it, so I went back to reading my book, and after a while, I got tired of that book. You know what I did? Picked it up, went over and put it right on the shelf where I got it. Went over to the other side of the library. Oh, by the way, as you can see, I kind of turned back to my old self again. Anyways, I sat down and I started reading this book on music because I love music. You know what I started doing this time? No, I wasn't whistling. I was singing. I was singing so loud that everybody in the library stood up, slammed their book shut. What do you think they did? Meaning, quiet in the library. Because we're supposed to be courteous to those that are around us, right? Well, once again, as you can see, I kind of turned red with embarrassment. But you know, I learned a very valuable lesson that day. I learned that from then on, when I went to the library, I was going to be courteous to those that are around. Because people are studying, they're learning, but most of all, they're there to read. But you know, I've done this trick so many times, nobody's ever figured this out. Pretty neat, huh? Hey, what? Turn it around? Who said turn it around? Well, I can do that. There, how's that? Oh, by the way, you want me to turn it like this? Oh, you want to see the back? Not a problem. There's the back. Nothing's on the back. Oh, the back of the car. You really want to see it? All right, well, gotta be honest with you. There is another picture here. But you see, it happens to be the back of my head. When a sign that says quiet, meaning quiet in the library. Pretty amazing, huh? What? Oh, you think there's another picture? Well, let me check here. Oh, nothing here. Anyways, well, I gotta be honest with you. There is something in here. but it's not a picture. The only thing that's in here is the message, and that says that reading is fundamental. So give yourselves a big hand. All right. Hey, right now, I need not one, not two, not three, but four very quiet helpers. I need somebody that will be a good actress and a good actor. All right, and somebody that's sitting down. You got to be sitting down. Oh, let's see here. Would you like to help? Come on up here. And I need some guys to help me out too. I need somebody with big smiles on their faces. Ah, yes, who's it going to be? Oh, the little guy in the gray shirt right there. Yes, come on up here, buddy. All right, gray shirt, not red shirt, gray shirt. Come on up here. Here he comes. Come on up here. All right, I need a couple more to help me out here. Oh, a couple fellas. Hey, the fella with the Star Wars shirt. Come on up here. All right, and I need one more guy to help me out here. One more fella. The fella in the green back there with the glasses. Come on up here. Let's give them all a big hand. All right. Tell you what, let's change places with you guys. You stand right here. That's good. All right, here he comes. 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 Here he is. Hey, come on over here, buddy. How you doing today? Pretty good? What's your name? Gary? Give Gary a big hand. All right. All right. Hey, look. Gary, you stand right over here on this end. I got an idea. You come right over here. Sure, big guy. You stand right here. All right. Let's find out who we got. Your name is? Elijah and Irene, Brianna, and Gary. Give them all a big hand. All right. Now, besides being a musician, I am also a book writer, which means I am also called a author. And I write books on fairy tales. Now, we all like fairy tales, right, gang? You know, today we're going to bring one of my fairy tales to life right here on stage. And all of my helpers up here are going to play important parts of that story. For instance, the story is called The Penniless Peasant and the Selfish Sultan. Now, Elijah, do you know what a sultan is? He's sort of like a king or a prince, but this guy is really mean. Selfish, doesn't share anything with anybody. Now, you're not like that, are you, Elijah? I didn't think so. You look like a good guy. But today, for the story, you're going to play the part of the selfish sultan, okay? All right. So, whenever I touch you on the shoulder like this in the story, you look at the audience and in a loud voice you go like this. I have it all. Okay? All right. Everybody. Shh. Ready? Here we go. That's pretty good. Give them a hand. All right. What do you do? You go like this. Put your arms out like that. Like this thing. I have it all. Good. Give them a hand. All right. Now, Gary, you like sports? All right. You're going to be the amazing athlete, okay? That means you're strong. So whenever I touch you on the shoulder, Gary, you look at the audience and go like this. I can do dog. All right. Let's try when I pat you on the shoulder. Go ahead. That's good. Give a hand. All right. Okay. Gary, you stand right about there for me, okay? All right. Now, what was your name again? Brianna? Okay, Brianna, you stand there. Now, you're going to play the part of the pretty professor. That means you're smart, okay? So whenever I touch you on the shoulder, Brianna, you look at the audience and go like this, in a loud voice. I know it all. That's all you got to do. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, just say, I know it all. Okay, that's good. You got to do it a little louder, though. Let's try again. Good. Give her a hand. All right. All right. Tyree, right? All right, Tyree, you stand right here, buddy, because you're going to play the part of the penniless peasant. You know what penniless means? You have nothing. Zip, zilch, big goose egg. You're poor. But you do have something very special, Tyree. You know what it is? It's right over here. What's there? A heart. You've got a big heart. So anytime I touch you on the shoulder, Tyree, you go like this. Cover your heart. Go ahead. Cover your heart. Look at the audience and say, I have a big heart. All right, you're loud so everybody can hear you. That's good. Give them a big hand. All right. So, does everybody remember Sultan? Oh, yeah. And then we've got the penniless peasant. Very good. Give them all another hand. All right. Now, Elijah, we got to make you look something like a sultan, so kind of turn and face the audience. I brought along a few little goodies here for you. Right over here. All right. Elijah, we got to make you look like a sultan, so I got this really stylish thing we're going to use on you here. Yes. That looks really cool on you. All right, that's good. And I also have an official sultan's hat for you, okay? There you go. Okay. That looks great. Okay, Gary, you move over here. Brianna, you stand there. Tyree, you stand right there. Shoulder to shoulder, guys. A little closer. A little closer. Keep going, Brianna. Keep going. There you go. All right. All right. Tyree, kind of move over a little bit, buddy. Don't worry. She ain't going to bite you. All right. We got a little room up here, okay? All right. All right. Everybody remember their parts? Here we go. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a sultan, a selfish sultan. Every day he spent his time in his big, beautiful castle, counting all of his riches. Didn't have any friends, didn't want any friends, but he was afraid everybody was after his money. Anytime he saw anybody out on the streets, he'd always brag about everything he had. That's right, he had it all. He had good looks. He had a beautiful castle. He had loads of money. He drove around in a brand new 2009 Mustang. Every day he'd walk out on his balcony and look at all the people down below and he would brag. But everybody in the village always looked up at him and they always went. You see, it wasn't that they didn't like the sultan. They just felt sorry for him. He didn't have any friends. He didn't want any friends. Well, one day, this little guy named Tyree, who was a penniless peasant, comes walking into town, didn't have much of anything, but he did have one special thing. That's right, he had a big heart. He had something that the Sultan didn't have. Well, when the Sultan found out about this, he was mad. He was really mad. He looks really mad, doesn't he? In fact, he was so mad he was determined to throw Tyree in jail. Why? Because Tyree had something the Sultan didn't have. And that was a big heart. Well, he devised the scheme-ish plan. He was set out to find out who Tyree was and throw him in jail. So he came up with this very unusual situation. He called all his village craftsmen together. He says, guys, I want you to make me a big clear box. In that box, I want you to fill it with precious jewels and gems. And so they did. Ooh. Everybody go, ooh. Good at Tyree. Worth lots of money if they were real. Yes. In fact, it was a really interesting competition that the Sultan had come up with. Anybody in the village who could pick up this little tiny box with their little pinky would win all the jewels. Well, everybody in the village was overjoyed with that because most of the people in the village didn't have any money. They were poor. Well, the first person up the bat that day, what they didn't realize is that the Sultan had put a spell on this box. The only person that could pick up this box was somebody that had a big heart, and that was Tyree. Well, the competition began. The first person up was Gary. That's right, Gary slid up to the plate, he took his pinky, and he tried to pick it up off the box. Your pinky, 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 that's good, Gary. Try to pick it up. No, pick it up. And he couldn't budge it. All right, Gary, stand back. The next person up the bat happened to be the pretty professor. She knew it all, or so she thought she did. She stepped up to the plate. She took her pinky and she tried to pick it up. But she couldn't budge it. Well, the Sultan was laughing his head off. Yeah. He said, let me show you how a professional can do it. He took his pinky and he tried. But he couldn't even budge it. Well, the last person up the bat happened to be Tyree, a penniless peasant. That's right, he stepped forward. He took his pinky and he tried to pick the box right up off the top here. Here's the handle there, Tyree. He plucked it right off the tray. And give him a big hand. Well, everybody in the village was overjoyed because Tyree won all of those jewels. But there's more to the story. You see, the Sultan realized something that day. He couldn't throw Tyree in jail. Tyree taught him a very valuable lesson. You see, retiree, as kind-hearted as he is, was going to share all the jewels with everybody in the village. Little Sultan thought about this for a moment. He said, hey, you know, it doesn't matter how much money you have, or how strong you are, or how smart you are. The real magic comes from inside us and who we are and what we represent. And that, my friend, is called sharing and caring. And that's some seriously real magic. The end. And do you know what? I think Elijah and the rest of the gang did an awesome job. And as they go back to their seats, give them a big hand for coming out here today. Thank you, guys. Are you having a good time? Hey, you know, one of my all-time favorite books is American History. Does anybody here know who made the American flag? Me? No, not me. Actually, somebody by the name of Betsy Ross. Did you know it took Betsy about 3 months to make a little flag about this big? You see, she didn't have a sewing machine. Everything was done by needle and thread and by hand. Well, I got to wondering the other day, wouldn't it have been amazing if she knew a little magic? Could have snapped her fingers and made a flag in less than 5 seconds? Well, we're going to do it today. And I need to borrow somebody to play the part of Betsy Ross. Oh, let's see. Somebody to play the part of Betsy. Would you like to help? Come on up here. All right, give her a big hand. Here she comes. Right over here. There you go. You stand right here. And I need 2 fellas to help me out. You're the orange. Come on up here. You stand right over here, buddy. And one more fella. How about you? Zip, come on up here. You stand right here. Let's give them all a big hand. All right. So what is your name? Madison? Okay, Madison. Your name is? Devin? And your name is? What is it? Fred? All right, let's give them all a big hand. All right. So we got Fred, we got Devin, we got Madison. All right. Now, Madison, you're going to play the part of Betsy Ross. All right, Fred and Devin here are going to play the part of Colonial Minutemen. You guys know what Colonial Minutemen are? They're soldiers. That's right, back in the colonial period. So I want you guys to stand shoulder to shoulder. Turn this way. Fred, there you go. Hands at your side. Feet together. Look straight out at the audience. Up your chest. Up it up. It is up. Okay. And I want you guys to look real mean. Look real mean. Look real stern. You guys look real mean. Okay. Now, I've got a few little goodies here, so we know that you guys are going to make good soldiers. I have some colonial hats for you. One for you. And I got some glasses so you guys can see exactly what you're doing. So, Fred, we're going to put that on your hair. And that one over here is for Devin. There you go, Devin. Okay, great. We're now ready to proceed. To get the flag, you got to have some cloth. So I brought 3 pieces of cloth. The first one is red. All right, Madison, hold that. The next one is white. Devin, hold that one for me. And the next one is blue. Hold on to that there. Red. Now, I also brought along a very old bag. This is an old collection bag they used many years ago to collect people's taxes. They would go door to door and people would put their money in. Well, you know what happened, Madison? The bag got so old that one day it ended up with a big hole in the bottom. I fixed that, though. I put a big zipper on the bottom here. Now, nothing can fall out of there. All right. Now, are you ready to make a flag? This is going to be awesome. All right, I'll take the red handkerchief. I'll take the white one. Thank you. Fred, I'll take the blue one. Thank you. We'll put that in here. Now, Madison, wave your hand like this. Don't wave your hand on top. This is going to be awesome to get it. Oh, no. Now, where'd this come from? Now, Fred, you handed that to me, didn't you? Yeah. Well, I must have dropped it here. Hold on to that there for a second. You know, it's a good thing that Madison didn't wave her hand over the top, because we really would have been in trouble. Uh-oh. Madison, did you wave your hand over the top? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, look at this. Oh, goodness. Now, that definitely is not going to work, is it? We got a flag, but we don't have any stars. Hey, are we going to give up that easy? Yeah. I think this calls for some extra special. All right. Would you do me a favor? David, drop it right down. Madison. I want you to wave it over the top. Tap it 3 times for me. Perfect. And you hold on to that there, Fred. Because when I reach in, we now have the American flag. There it is. Take it out. Wave it over the top. Tap it 3 times. Perfect. Hold on to that there, Devin. All right. When I reach in, we now have... work. I think this calls for something extra special. You see, today, my friends, I brought my super duper, colossal, turbocharged magic wand. And it's big, too. All right. All right. Now, Madison, put this on your shoulder. One hand goes up here. One goes underneath. Aim it right toward Devin and Fred. Okay. In a few moments, Madison is going to push the green button on that wand. When she does, smoke, lightning, and fire will shoot out of this wand. It'll hit the bag. And we'll have the flag. All right. You ready, Madison? All right, let me put your finger on the button. It's right there. Now, don't move your hand on the green one. Don't push the one beside it, the red one. You know what happens if you push the red button? Everybody's hair falls out. Here we go. All right, on the count of 3, everybody say bang. 1, 2, 3. Push the button, Madison. Did you push it? Wait a minute here. Hold everything. You actually pushed it. Fred, did you see any smoke shoot out? Any fire? Any lighting down? Oh, I bet you it's the batteries. The batteries are always giving me the take the wand there. Wave it right over the top. Tap it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Guys, wave your wands over the top. Tap it 3 times. And everybody say, imagine that. You know, those magic words are pretty powerful. Now, you know what, guys? I believe we have done something special. We made the American flag. Devin and Madison did such an awesome job. And you know what? If you guys go back to your seats, I think everybody here's got something for you. A great big round of applause. Thank you, guys. Alrighty. Well, has everybody had a good time today? Have you had a really good time? Looks like our time is just about up. But before we leave here today, there's a couple things I want to tell you. At the very end of our show,
Hey, you hear me? Yeah, you come see our clubhouse in a tree. We are kids on a mission to educate ourselves about the NASA vision. Come explore math and science, cause that's what makes our alliance. We are the Wildfire Club. We yearn to learn and want to see everything that we can be. So come join us on our journey. Don't you touch that dial. And welcome to the NASA White House.
We're almost there. This is really weird. I don't like this. Where are you taking us? Yeah. What are you up to now?
Come here, a little closer. I'm Bianca. Do you like my treehouse? I built it with my mom and dad. I hope my two best friends, Matthew and Jacob, will be surprised. Okay, you can take off your blindfolds.
Whoa! How did you do this? Who built this?
I did, of course, with the help of my mom and dad. Yeah, how does Spider get in my clubhouse? Don't worry about it.
Good afternoon. This is Kids Science News Network. This just in. The Public Health Department in Pewsville is issuing a warning today. Some residents are reporting a really bad stink in the air. Reporter I Am Listening is on the scene with this live report.
No one knows the source of the smell. With me right now is resident PU. What did you notice?
I just smelled this really foul odor, and I don't know where it's coming from, but I really can't tell because I smell so beautiful. But yuck!
Okay, thank you, PU. That's about all the information we have from here. Now back to you.
The present questions include, what's causing all this stink? And how is this going to impact us? Please call us within the week. We need your help. If you solve this problem, we will feature you on our cover story. This is KSNN.
I'm kind of worried about the stink. I hate bad smells.
I know. Fuseville isn't too far away. I don't want to get sick from the smell, and I'm kind of worried about my grandmother. She has breathing problems.
I have an idea.
What's that? We could help KSNN.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could help them solve the problem. And become stars. Maybe they'll even put our picture on the news. Can you imagine being on the local news?
There's more to this than becoming a star.
Yeah.
We could actually solve the problem.
Well, that too. Okay, where do we start?
Let's figure out what the problem really is. Okay, what do we know so far?
Well, we know that something really stinks.
Hold on, let's write this down. Okay, we know the Fuseville Public Health Department gave a warning. And some people in Fuseville smelled something really bad. And no one knows where the smell is coming from.
I know that we'll be famous if we figure this problem out. But we only have a week.
Good point.
So it comes down to what to smell.
Okay. On the board, we have 3 columns. At first of these, we have what we know, and then we have what we need to know, and where to go to get the information.
But we really need to know a lot more than we do now. Like what?
Like, what's in a smell?
Are all smells bad for you? I know a skunk stinks, but the smell can't kill you.
Good point.
And your shoes smell, but I guess we'll live. And my dog's breath is really bad.
Okay, guys, get serious about this. We need to know how a smell moves.
Why?
If we're going to solve the problem, we need to know how the smell got there in the first place.
Let's experiment.
Okay, if we're going to do experiments, we need to know how we can do experiments to help us solve the problem.
Where is Pewsville from here?
It's this way. I think we need a map of the area.
Yeah. I've got one at home. I'll bring it over tomorrow.
Let's go over and talk to our neighbor, Dr. D. He's a retired science professor.
He's in his yard.
Hello up there. What are all of you up to?
We're trying to find answers to some really big questions.
Hey, that's why did it work?
So how do you find answers?
I like to use 3 basic resources: books, the internet, and experts I can find to help.
Gotcha, Dr. D.
Thanks, Dr. D.
Goodbye.
Let's put a search under smell. S-M-E-L-L. This is fun. Do you use the internet for your homework?
Let's see what it says on smell. Listen to this. We have the best sense of smell at the age of 10.
Hey, that's us. Let's click here.
Oh, that's the fun fact file.
Snakes smell with their tongues. Their tongue detects danger. Sharks are called hounds of the sea because they can find just one spot of blood from over 1 mile away.
We need to find out what's causing the stink.
That's if we want to get on KSNN. I'll show them. We'll all be stars on KSNN.
Let's just go check in with Dr. D. Hey, Dr. D, what you working on?
Just on my regular projects.
Wow, that's neat. Can we take a ride on it?
I think we're quite ready for that.
Hi, Geronimo. Are you getting along with Bernie today?
Look, Geronimo wants to help.
So, did you do a little investigating on the problem? What did you find out?
A lot. We found out you develop your best sense of smell at age 10.
Yes, we gathered a lot of information, but we're not sure where it's going yet.
Dr. D, did you see the KSNN story on stink? Dr. D, what makes things stink?
Hold on, guys. I don't have all the answers, but I might be able to get you started in the right direction. First of all, not everyone thinks the same things stink.
Well, I agree. We all think a pig farm really stinks.
I think you may want to use a scientific method to help figure this out.
Science? Like what we study in school?
Yes, the scientific method is a step-by-step way to solve problems. Actually, we use it every day. Look at this chart.
We usually start with a problem. Then we ask a lot of questions, gather a lot of information, and then form a hypothesis. We test that hypothesis by collecting data. If the data doesn't support the hypothesis, we try again.
Oh, hi. Listen carefully and you two will learn all about the scientific method. I'll let you in on something. If this group uses the scientific method, there's a good chance they'll figure out the problem. I'll check in with you later.
My mom works at NASA, and she says the scientists there use the scientific method.
Aren't scientists kind of weird?
Yeah, like the weird ones you see on Saturday morning cartoons.
Hey, watch it. My mom's a scientist, and let me tell you, she's not at all weird.
Yes, you're right. Scientists come from families like yours.
My mom doesn't walk the halls wearing a strange white coat.
Scientists must be curious. That's right, Bernie.
Do they ask a lot of questions?
I would make a good scientist because I always want to know why.
It's like we see something kind of weird. Your first question is, hey, why is this going on? A big part of science is observing and questioning.
You mean observing with your eyes?
Let me show you an example of why it's very important to observe carefully. First, I'll drop the basketball. Now the softball. Now watch carefully. I drop them both together. Whoa! Now tell me, how high did this basketball bounce?
I didn't notice.
Neither did I.
Flying softball was a real distraction, wasn't it? Let's try it once more. Whoa!
It hardly even bounced.
I guess it's easy to miss something even when you're trying to observe it.
Scientists observe with all their senses. They also use tools like telescopes and microscopes to help them make observations.
What kind of tools could we use to help us with the smells?
I hope they're not too expensive. I already spent this week's allowance.
All good scientists write down their information. Make sure you keep good notes of what you find out.
Good thing we made up that board.
This is a must, even if you don't like to write.
Look, we already started taking notes.
You, mister, need to get a better notebook. I think you're ready to take the next step into the world of stink.
I'm ready.
If you guys are planning on doing any experiments yourselves, you really need to visit with someone who's great at designing and doing some cool experiments. Her name is Monica Barnes. She works at NASA, and guess what? She's expecting you. I figured you'd want to use her as a resource person.
See you later, Dr. D.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, I wish them good luck.
Dr. D told us we needed to learn more about the scientific method. It might help us solve the problem of stink invading the town of Fuseville. We were hoping you could help us. Wow, look at this place. Hey, this doesn't look like a lab. This looks like a plane.
Are you a scientist? Well, not exactly. Let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of an engineer?
An engineer? Isn't that someone that drives a train, designs, or invents something?
That's correct, on all accounts. I'm an electronics engineer, and we use math, science, and principles of electronics in order to help us with our flying laboratory.
A flying laboratory? What do you mean by that?
Come on, kids. Let me show you how it works. Our plane is more like a computer lab with lots of electronic equipment and aircraft systems. And here we even have a real cockpit, just like normal planes.
I'd like to be a pilot one day.
And I'm sure you will. You'll maybe even fly this plane.
Cool.
We have several experimental stations in our plane which are all tied together in a network. They work together to help us to collect data while we're flying and landing. The type of data we collect depends on the type of research we're conducting. Get it?
Yes, but how do you use the scientific method on your job?
Well, the first thing we do using the scientific method is to identify a problem, right?
Right.
Well, the second thing we do in using the scientific method is to collect data related to the problem by changing certain variables.
What are variables?
Well, variables are just changes. We change one or more things, one at a time, and then we measure the results of that change.
How are you going to do that?
During the winter season, we are going to take the airplane to a very cold place, like up in Michigan near the Great Lakes, and land it on a very long runway. Then we'll test the plane by landing it on a runway to see how long it takes once the brakes are applied to stop the plane. This tells us how much friction that we have on the tires. It's just like taking your bicycle and trying to stop on ice or snow instead of on a dry, smooth road. So we'll test at least 4 variables in our experiment: a dry surface, wet surface, icy surface, and a snowy surface. Let me show you how we can look at some of our data. We can observe all of the different camera views at the video station. These computer-generated graphics displays help us see how the airplane is traveling down the runway.
Wow, cool pictures.
It can handle millions of bytes of data all at once. This represents the data collection part of the scientific method, and the results come out in a pattern of numbers that the researchers can use to tell how the tires reacted with the runway surface.
Awesome. What do we do next?
Next, we take the data that we collected and we analyze it in order to help us solve our runway friction problem. We can use what we find from analyzing the data to make better runways and landing gear to help our planes to land more safely during bad or inclement weather. This is the way that we help make our airplanes and airports safer for you and me. So this is how we use the scientific method on our Boeing 757 research laboratory out here at the NASA Langley Research Center. Now that we've shown you how to first identify a problem, next to collect the data by changing certain variables, maybe you can use this method in order to solve your problem with the stink.
Yes, I think we should think about our variables for the investigation of stink. The stink.
And variables.
It's getting late. We better go over what we already know. Huh? We need to find out what variables may be part of this problem.
Look, we got an email. Dr. D wants us to go to the sanitation department.
Ugh! Isn't that where all that stuff goes? Why would he want us to go there? To torture us?
No. That's where he said the experts track a stink.
Okay, this goes on the board under where to go. Let's go there and see what we can find. And then we'll call Dr. D and update him on our findings.
I can't believe I'm wasting my time on this. We'll never solve this problem.
Watch, we'll prove him wrong.
So what's up? Will our treehouse detectives be able to solve this problem? Will they be able to clearly define the problem? And what help can you give? Tune in next time for Search for the Stink.
I'll sneak through the secret door. She won't even know I'm here. Bianca, where are you?
Here I am.
Where?
Over here.
Oh, cool. Can I take a ride?
Sure. Hey, I've got the map. Come on down. Let's get started on solving the stink problem.
Look, there's where we are. Big city. Okay, where's Fuseville?
Hey, here's Xville.
Look, there's Mid-City. That's pretty close to us.
Oh, here's Fuseville. That's pretty far away.
Whew. Maybe the smell won't reach us.
What do we need to do to solve this problem? Let's go to the board.
Yesterday, Monica Barnes and Dr. D showed us stuff about doing experiments.
Yeah, and using that scientific method and learning more about variables and their importance in investigating a problem.
So what now?
I think before we move on any further, we still need to learn more about the scientific method. Dr. D says it will definitely help us.
The stink experts may be able to help us there. Come on, let's head over to the sanitation department now.
Okay, come on, let's go. A bus should be here any minute.
This should be an interesting smell journey. It's all part of being a scientist. So let's get up and go.
Okay, we're here. But now where do we go?
Wow, look how big this place is. It's pretty neat.
Look, there's someone straight ahead. She must be the smell expert. We're meeting a scientist named Paula Hogg.
Hi, guys. I've been expecting you. Dr. D said you would be on your way.
Hi, I'm Bianca. This is Matthew and Jacob.
I'm Paula. How can I help you?
We want to get our faces on KSNN. What he means is he wants to help KSNN find the source of the smell.
Oh, well, I can show you where the source of the odor starts here. But first, you're going to need some of these.
Do you use a scientific method here?
Yes, we do. The first step is to find and observe the problem. This is where the wastewater comes into the plant from our homes. The wastewater contains odorous substances like hydrogen sulfide and ammonia. Hydrogen sulfide is sometimes called the rotten egg gas. Some of these substances are formed in the sewer when bacteria break down organic material in the wastewater.
Man, this is definitely where the smell is coming from.
Yes, and you're using your sense of smell to observe the problem. The next step is to collect data.
Hey, neat. What is that?
It's a hydrogen sulfide meter.
What does it show us?
With this, we can measure exactly how much hydrogen sulfide gas is in the air. And next, we need to come up with a hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
I do. It's a guess.
Well, it's an educated guess. It's when we use our facts, observations, and data to come up with a possible answer to the problem.
Is this where you get rid of the odor?
Yes, it is. We know that the odor is mainly caused by the release of hydrogen sulfide gas, which can be controlled by chemical processes such as these.
What's that?
These are scrubbers. Look through the window and observe the odor removal process. These wet scrubbers change the gas and turn it into liquid, which removes the odor. And we use all of our data and observation to make sure this system works.
How do you know if your hypothesis is working?
We test our hypothesis every day at the treatment plant.
We use our noses again?
Yes, our sense of smell can tell us if the odor is being controlled. But we also use a meter. Plant operators check the sulfide levels going into and coming out of the scrubbing system at least a dozen times a day. Based on this, we can make adjustments to the odor control process.
The smell is much better. Does this remove all the odor?
Well, under the right conditions, almost all of the odor can be taken away.
Wow! Look at this place! Something sure is happening here. It looks like my bubble bath. That's after I've been playing all day.
This is the aeration basin. Look closely. A lot of change is happening here. Bacteria are working to remove odor and other pollutants.
After all this, I'm sure the water must be really clean. And the odor has to be gone.
Well, that's the goal. But if there's still an odor, we can go back to the scientific method to solve our problem.
The scientific method.
But how do you know the
odor is gone for good?
Well, at the end of the treatment process, we test to make sure that the odor and other pollutants are gone.
This place is really cool. Wow, it looks so clean. Wow!
Well, have you learned enough about the scientific method to help you with your smell problem?
Yes, I think we all should think about a hypothesis.
Yes, a hypothesis and variables.
Hi, Dr. D.
Oh, it's the investigative smells team. How you doing?
We visited the smell experts at the wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, and a scientist named Paula Hogg showed us how she uses scientific methods on her job to track stink at the plant.
So tell me, did you learn any more about science? Yes?
We learned it's why scientists ask so many questions. It's because they're curious.
Why don't you try one of these information sheets? I always use them to keep me straight when I'm researching problems.
Identifies a variety of potential sources of information.
We're going next.
Identifies inaccurate and misleading information. Selects information appropriate to the problem or question at hand. This looks like it'll be helpful. Thanks, Dr. D.
Hey, it's an update from KSNN.
We have crews on the scene in Pewsville. On this Tuesday afternoon, the stink appears to be gone, and no one has reported getting sick from it. We just received word that a group of young detectives are trying to solve this mystery. If you want to help them, check out our website. This is KSNN.
Hey, Dr. D must have called the news station.
I think they're talking about us.
This is really cool.
Yeah.
Think how many people will know about us.
I'm glad the smell's gone and nobody got sick. But what if the smell comes back?
Comes back? Oh no! We have to get this figured out now.
I agree.
We need help.
I have an idea. We can ask our friends at school to help us.
Yeah, but we still need to take a guess as to what's causing it.
I think that's called a hypothesis.
No, you mean a hypothesis. Here, let me put it on the board.
Whatever.
And then we need to,
Hold on. Look at this.
It's a map.
No, the small print.
Oh, why didn't I think of this?
It says chemical plants.
That's it.
Oh, it's kind of near Fuseville. I get it now. It's all coming back to me.
This is great. We're definitely going to be on KSNN now.
Yeah.
Chemical plant. This is definitely where the smell's coming from. I think we have a hypothesis.
I hope we're right.
But, yeah, because this all just seems a little too easy to me.
Maybe we're just good at this detective game.
Maybe. Never know.
Wow, look at all the email we've received.
There must be a million of them.
Or close to it. Hey, school starts pretty soon. Maybe we should download all of this and take it to school with us.
And maybe we could get our friends to help us sort it out.
Yeah.
Got it. Let's go.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I'll grab the map.
Cool.
Hello, we're on time, but we do need your help.
Our help? Aren't you the famous investigative team?
Okay, so you saw us on KSNN last night?
How can we help?
We have a ton of information to go through. A lot of residents have emailed us to let us know if they smelled a bad stink.
So what have you done so far?
We started out by writing down what we knew about the problem. We asked a lot of questions, wrote down a bunch of new questions, and talked to a lot of experts. So here's what we know about the problem. The Fuseville Health Department gave a warning on Monday that a lot of people in the town were smelling a bad smell. But no one knows where the smell is coming from.
We need to figure out what's causing the stink. We asked the residents to email us to report if they found anything. So we were sort of hoping that you could help us to gather the comments. Wow, look at all that email. What do we do with it?
How about if we start by separating them by the cities? Fuseville, Mid-City, Exville,
and Big City.
Yeah, and then we can separate them into two piles, one for Monday and one for Tuesday. That will help us to chart it down.
Phew, look, nobody smelled anything in Big City or Mid-City on either day.
This is weird. Look at all the people in Exville who said they smelled the usual on both days.
The usual?
And a couple of people said they think it's a paper mill and they're not worried. Hey, look, here's the paper mill over here. And it's north of Exville. And look, the trash burning plant is over here too.
But almost everyone in Pewsville said that they smelled something really bad on Monday, but not on Tuesday. So maybe it really is the paper mill.
Well, it would have knocked them out in Exville if it was so bad in Pewsville on Monday.
But Pewsville didn't smell anything on Tuesday, when Exville still did.
Maybe something kept the smell from getting there on Tuesday. Maybe we should do an experiment on how smell moves.
Experiment? Cool. Wait a minute. Nobody in Mid-City smelled it on either day. And look, it's right next to the chemical plant. This is really strange.
Could we be wrong? Maybe the chemical plant isn't causing all the stink.
But yesterday, we figured out that it was the chemical plant. I still think it is. That's our hypothesis, remember?
But we might be wrong.
We need an expert opinion.
Let's go back and tell Dr. D after school.
He might be able to tell us if we're right.
Let's go.
Hi, Dr. D.
Hello again. What's wrong? You look like your cat just died.
No, that didn't happen. Wishful thinking,
Bummer.
Bernie. We thought we had the problem all figured out.
We thought the stink was coming from the chemical plant.
Look at this. But if the stink was coming from the chemical plant, the people in Mid-City would definitely smell it.
But they didn't. It might have been the paper mill, but why didn't the people in Exville smell it really strong on Monday?
And then why didn't the people in Pewsville smell it on Tuesday?
Either people are smelling it differently or something else is going on. I was thinking maybe we could do an experiment to see how smell travels.
What would your variables be then?
Variables?
Remember what Monica Barnes said? It's one specific thing that you, the experimenter, has control over. It can affect or change the results of your experiment.
That's right. Let's use my wave machine as an example. When I wiggle this rod, it makes waves of medium height. The distance between waves we call the wavelength. How can we change the wavelength?
I think if you wiggle the rods faster, it'll make the wavelength shorter.
No, the wavelength will be longer.
Well, frequency, or how fast I wiggle the rods, is a variable because it affects the wavelength. It's important to only change one variable at a time.
Like not changing the weight at all.
That's right. If we change the wave height, making it bigger or smaller, that might also affect the wavelength. Well, let's try it. I'll wiggle the rods at a faster frequency at medium height and see what happens.
Yes, I rule. The wavelength was shorter.
Does that help you remember?
Kind of. I guess we need to think through about how a smell moves.
Okay, let's go back to the treehouse and get to work. Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you later, Dr. D. Hey, they're talking about us again.
An update this Wednesday afternoon. The stink is back in the town of Pewsville. And now, some Exville residents are reporting a different smell. Hopefully, the treehouse detectives are still working on the case.
It's still a problem. The stink didn't go away.
Okay, we better look at this again.
Oh no, not that again.
So what's up? Have the treehouse detectives found the source of the stink? What do you think? Is their hypothesis right or wrong? You'll want to join us next time for We're Almost There!
Hey, my neighbor is a special nose doctor. Maybe knowing how people smell can tell us if the residents are smelling the stink differently. Come on, let's dial him up. See if he can tell us anything. His name is Dr. George Shatner. Here he is.
Oh, hello. Hi, Bianca.
Hi, this is Jacob and Matthew. We're trying to solve a stink problem for KSNN.
So are you the treehouse detectives?
That's us. We want to know why we smell certain things.
Or how our noses work.
With more information, we might be able to sniff out the problem.
Well, everything that smells or has an aroma has microscopic molecules or little particles that come off and drift into the air. Once it gets into the air, it comes in contact with the nose. It goes inside the nose and then to a very special place that's set up just to help you understand what the smell is.
But how does your brain recognize different smells?
Depending upon the kind of molecules that come into the nose, the brain will understand what is going on with the smell. Now, for example, pizza may have 5 little places in the nose for its identification, whereas perfume may have 6 or 7, and each of those places is very different.
Do all of us smell the same thing?
Well, we do not know if everybody smells the same smells. What we do know is that people can identify things the same. Now, for example, 2 children walking into the kitchen may smell something cooking on the stove and will know right away, for example, that their mother is making hot dogs. Now, what can change that is if one of the children came from the garage and had just been watching their daddy cleaning a paintbrush with turpentine, and all that turpentine smell was in the nose. That would change how that person smells.
I have some questions. What about dogs or other animals? Do they have the same nose as we do for sniffing? The same nose?
Well, that's a good question. You've heard the saying, "You got a nose like a shark."
Yes.
I have a friend you may want to visit at the Virginia Marine Science Museum.
To check out sharks, we'll make the time.
Good luck on your project. See you later.
It's really too bad Bianca couldn't make it, but I'll be sure to take really good notes for her. Hey, look, this is a cool aquarium.
Hey guys, come on over here. My name's Beth Furshaw. I'm a curator here at the Virginia Marine Science Museum. Dr. Schechter told me you'd be coming.
What's this?
This is the seal habitat, but I bet you guys want to see the shark aquarium. Come on inside, let's check it out.
Maybe that big nose can help us work through this stink problem. We're learning a lot about smells. We visited Dr. Schechter, and he told us how our noses work. Maybe you and these sharks can help us learn more about smells.
We know that some chemical compounds have smells to them, and our noses have special cells that can receive those smells.
That's right. Those cells are called olfactory chemoreceptors, and sharks have them too. Now, if you live out of the water like you and me, the air carries the smell to our noses. If you live in the water like the sharks, the water carries the smell.
What?
What this means is that animals, like those sharks, have a sense of smell, even underwater.
Does this mean that sharks have a better sense of smell than we do?
So they can smell hamburgers better than me.
Well, not exactly. Their sense of smell is tuned to the smells that help them survive in the wild. They're top predators, and being able to smell their prey is very important. Did you know that the shark's brain is devoted mostly to its sense of smell? So when it comes to smelling, the sharks really know how to get to the bottom of the stinky stuff.
Take a long look at this shark's nose. Did you know that it can sniff out 1 drop of blood in 25 gallons of water?
I guess we better go back and piece this all together. See you later.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks for helping us. That was so cool. Now we know that some of us smell more than others. But would a whole town use their noses differently?
That's a good question. I guess we still need to figure out how smell moves through the air. Let's see. I have an idea. This may seem weird, but I wonder if all smells travel through the air at the same speed. Huh? Yes. I wonder if the source of the stink could move faster to one area than another. Hey, that may be related to why the towns are smelling the smell differently.
Do you want to test in our treehouse?
You mean do our own little smell experiment?
Yeah, I have a bottle of air spray. See this?
Let's stand in the middle of the room.
Okay, stand there. I'm gonna spray this. You guys count to see how long it gets to reach your nose.
Okay.
Now close your eyes.
Okay, let's try it. It took me exactly 3 seconds. It took me 3 seconds too.
What does it mean?
It must mean that we have the same noses. Big ones, right? No, it means smell travels at the same rate of speed.
So if it does, then why wouldn't everyone eventually smell it?
Another good question. What do you think? I think next time we meet, we should do more experimenting.
You mean more work?
Yes, that's how we get the job done.
Here we go again.
Hi, Dr. D. It looks like you fixed things up around here.
Hey, Geronimo. Hey, Bernie.
Hi, Barney.
You feel like a lot happier than when I saw you last, don't they, Geronimo and Bernie?
We feel better now. We might be getting closer to finding the stink. Guess what? We have an idea on how stink travels to the different cities.
We stood in a circle and sprayed something into the air.
And it reached our noses in exactly the same amount of time. So, maybe the cities are located at equal distance apart from the stink. What do you think of that, Dr. D? Pretty cool, huh?
Whoa, whoa, guys, hold on. You might be getting a little ahead of yourselves. First of all, have you been careful at how you've experimented?
We think so.
You say an equal distance apart. Is there anything else in the clubhouse that smells?
Well...
The big question is, have you been careful to keep everything the same?
What are you talking about?
Think about your experiment carefully. Remember, you must plan it and not simply jump into it feet first. You've only tested this on the 3 of you. This is not a true sampling. You need to test it on a larger group. Everyone's sense of smell is different.
We know Bernie has the best nose in town, but what about you, Geronimo?
You're right, Bernie's got a great sniffer. But getting back to your experiment, more people will give you a truer picture of what you're looking at in your experiment.
Well, we could test this on our friends at school. We have a lot of different sets of noses in our class.
Let's go to school. This will be great. Thanks, Dr. D. This is great. We have enough kids to pull this off. We need to divide the class into groups of 2. Excuse me. Thanks. I have an idea. One group could actually do the experiment, and the other group could time and record the data. Here are your stopwatches. Okay, let's get to it. You all need to stand in a circle. Everyone 2 meters from me and 1 meter from each other. Here's a meter stick. I'll be the measuring man. All you sniffers need to pair up with somebody with a stopwatch. And recorders stand by. That looks good. Does it look good, Mrs. Mazitis?
It looks very good.
I'll stand in the middle, and I'll spray the spray. When you smell it, raise your hand, and your partner will push the stopwatch. Okay, let's go start the experiment. Okay, recorders, what were your results?
I got 7.
14.
I have 15.
This is really strange. Really strange. I thought the results would be the same. I can't believe these numbers are different. They're all different. I guess science isn't all that predictable. I expected it to be like our other experiment, where all the numbers were the same. What do we do now? I guess we go back and tell Dr. D. Bye, everyone. Thanks for all your help. Bye. Hello, Dr. D. Where is he?
Hello, Dr. D, where are you?
Hold on. I'm right here. What's wrong? You sound a little anxious and look a little windblown.
Well, we thought we knew the answer. Our experiment at the treehouse showed that smell moved at the same rate of speed. But at school, it sure was different.
Let's talk about the test conditions. Were they all the same?
Well, the windows were shut and the fans and AC were both off. I was the measurement. I know all our friends were standing equal distance from each other.
I have an idea. Did you watch everyone and how they smelled the air spray? Did they breathe normally or take a big sniff like this?
I know George had a cold.
You can't always control the situation. There might be variations in sensitivity or how your friends smelled the air spray. If you look at the data you collected, we may want to ignore the 45 and the 20. Because as you can see, they're pretty far away from the other numbers in the group. These numbers can be mistakes in measuring and might be misleading when you're trying to make sense of your data. If we look at the rest of the numbers, they are very close, but not the same because of variations like George's cold.
So, basically, we were right. Smell does travel at the same rate of speed, but different things influence it.
Do certain things make smells move faster or slower?
I think you need to do some more investigating.
More investigating.
We're never gonna get on KSNN. What's that noise?
Oh, it's just the wind blowing. It's nasty outside.
I wonder, could this be one of our variables?
It could be. I think you three need to do some more experimenting.
I have a gut feeling this could be the answer. You may be right.
You have a lot of guts.
I do not.
Do so.
Whatever. Come on, you have a gut.
Good afternoon. This Thursday, we have an update on the stink. Now some residents in Big City are reporting they're smelling something really bad. It appears this mysterious smell is moving in a different direction. This wind's not helping the situation. Today it's blowing from the west.
That's towards us.
I told you I smelled something. It smells like old socks. I still think it's the wind moving things around.
That's brilliant.
You'll see what I mean. Let's go to our board.
I do like using this. It helps us chart out our plan to attack the stink.
We know something is driving the smell and it's coming our way. We know it's really windy. We need to find out, does wind move smell?
So where do we go? Definitely to our school to do experiments.
Maybe to see those weather people. They know all about wind and wind direction. Our mom could hook us up with some scientists at NASA because they definitely know why things move through the air. Let's go try our experiment at school. Hey, look! It's a clown face now instead of a spider. Weird. Maybe we can catch up with everyone. Let's go. I wonder what would give the same feeling as wind. You have a lot of height. Why don't you just sit there and blow at the spray? Yeah, right. Hey, maybe a fan. That might work. Yeah. Okay, this time we want some people to the front of the fan, some to the back of it, and some to the side. Okay. Everyone close your eyes. When I release the secret smell, raise your hand when you smell it. I'll turn on the fan, and I'll get the stopwatches. I'll be the measuring man, too. I'll make sure everyone is 2 meters apart. Okay, let's count her down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, look at those hands go up. I wonder why those standing in the back and to the side of the fan aren't raising their hands. Oh, there they go. Look at them now. Let's do this experiment again to see if we get the same results. Do you notice a pattern? I think I do notice something. Everyone standing in front of the fan smells the spray really, really fast. But look how long it took those standing in the back and to the side of the fan. Almost twice as long. This looks like a pattern. I bet you the wind is pushing the stink towards us. In fact, I can still smell it outside. We might be onto something. Let's do the experiment one more time and examine the data carefully. Okay, here we go again. The job of being a scientist is a lot of hard work. What do you think? Do you know what's throwing up the stink? Can you figure it out before we do? I sure hope so. See you later.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives solve the problem before the stink takes over their town? Could wind be the variable that leads them to the source? Will the fan experiment be the key in unlocking the hidden stink? You'll want to join us next time for This Is It, the conclusion of the Y-Files you won't want to miss.
This is a KSNN weather update. After the strong westerly winds we had yesterday, it appears that the wind has shifted back from the north today. Looking ahead to the weekend, expect sunny skies.
This weather guy has all the information we need. Let's go talk to him. KSNN is just around the corner. Let's get up and go. Hi, aren't you the guy we saw on TV?
That's me. I'm Craig Moeller. I'm one of the meteorologists here at Channel 13.
Yeah, we see you on TV all the time.
You're always telling us about the weather. You tell us when it's going to rain.
Being on TV is just a small part of my job. A big part is looking at weather maps like these. They tell me about the temperature, the air pressure, and the wind direction.
Wind direction? That's what we're here to talk about.
You see, we want to be on TV like you.
We're trying to find the source of the stink that KSNN reported.
I heard about that. Maybe I can help you. Come on.
Mr. Mueller, what generates wind?
We get wind when there are differences in the air pressure. Remember, wind blows from high pressure to low pressure. Have you ever gone to the beach and maybe blown up a beach ball?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens when you blow it up and you don't put the cap back on the ball?
All the air blows out.
All the air blows out because the pressure inside the ball is greater than the pressure outside. And when the air moves from inside the ball to out, that's basically wind.
I have a question. Does wind ever change direction?
It sure does. As a matter of fact, I want to show you something right over here. This is a weather station, and one of the instruments you see right on top there, that's called an anemometer. That's used to measure the strength of the wind, and this up here, this is called a wind vane. This measures the direction, and as you can see, it's prepared to change with the wind. Let me show you something over on this computer. This is pretty cool. This is a weather map. We've got areas of low pressure and high pressure. As you look at this map, you'll see the winds around high pressure travel clockwise and around low pressure travel counterclockwise. So as we look at that, which way is the wind blowing?
South.
From the south, exactly. Now take a look at tomorrow. With all of these features moving over to the east a little bit, we have the high pressure just to the west, low pressure just to our east. Again, counterclockwise around the low, clockwise around the high. Which way is the wind blowing?
North.
From the north.
From the north. So as you guys can see, the wind does change direction.
Mr. Mueller, can wind move smell?
It sure can. Wind can move a lot of things. It can move the smells, it can move water droplets, it can move volcanic ash. As a matter of fact, when a tornado spins, it can pick up debris and the wind can move it for hundreds of miles.
Wow, I didn't know weather was this complicated.
Here, I'll give you the wind direction for each day this week. That might help you.
Cool. Let's take these back to Dr. D's lab, and we can find the wind direction and track the smell.
We'll have to study them.
Oh man, that sounds like more work, and I thought we were almost there.
Thanks a lot. This is a really neat place. Maybe we can come back sometime.
Anytime. I'll see you guys later.
Watch for us on KSNN.
I'll be tuning in.
Bye.
See you later.
See ya.
Hi, Dr. D.
Hi. What do you have in your hands?
The official weather maps from Craig Moeller.
The weatherman?
Yes, the meteorologist. Bernie and Geronimo recognize the name.
We know now who smelled the stink each day, and maybe now with the wind direction, we might be able to figure out the source.
I'm so confused. How in the world do we make sense of this?
I'd suggest you put all your information in a chart form, or what we call a matrix. It may help you organize all this information. I've already made a matrix. It has the days of the week across the top and the 4 cities down the side. Your job is to mark when each city smelled the stink each day. Later, you can compare the wind direction on each day to your chart and to the map you've already made to see what it might mean.
Oh, cool. I think this will really help us.
Let's go back to the treehouse and try it out.
Thanks, Dr. D.
Bye.
I'll let you in on a secret. I think they may be onto something.
Let's not waste any time. Let's get down to business.
Set up that, the matrix.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, who smelled the stink on Monday?
Looking at our email, only Fuseville.
Okay. And on Tuesday?
No one.
What about Wednesday?
On Wednesday, Exville smelled it a little bit, but Pewsville got hit hard.
And on Thursday, all the cities smelt it, but all of us in Big City really got hit.
Yeah, man, we were plugging our noses big time yesterday.
And today, Exville smelled it a little bit, but Fuseville got hit again.
So what does this all mean?
I think we should go to the map and see how the wind direction relates to our information. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay, Monday, the wind was coming from the north.
And Pewsville really smelled the stink.
So the source could be coming from somewhere up here.
So like maybe the trash burning place or the paper mill.
Maybe, but on Tuesday, the wind was still coming from the north and nobody smelled it.
And Wednesday, the wind again was coming from the north, and Fuseville got hit really bad, and Exville just a little bit.
So then the source would be across from us. And on the map, that's the trash burning plant.
On Thursday, everybody smelled the stink. And the wind changed direction. It came from over there, the west. But that was worse for us. Remember that experiment we did in class when everyone in front of the fan got blasted? Well, maybe this is like that. Maybe Big City is right in the path of the stink.
Let's look at the map. The source has to be where these two cross, right around Xville.
Well, my hypothesis is a trash burning place. It has to be the source.
But it's so far away from Big City. Can the wind move a smell that far?
Thanks, Dr. D. I really appreciate it. Bye. Dr. D says you would be surprised how far fires, pollutions, and smell can travel. He suggests that we talk to a friend of his at NASA who specializes in that kind of thing.
Okay, that's it then. It's a trash burning plant. Let's call KSNN. Watch me on the news.
Look, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of all my friends. We better be right.
We don't even know how far smell can travel. I still think we should talk to Dr. D's friend just to be safe. We can stop by NASA tomorrow before we go to KSNN. Let's go.
Okay.
An alert for Xville today. It appears to be the only city under stink siege.
Does anybody know in which direction the wind is blowing?
From the south. And Dr. D says he'll pick us up from NASA.
From the south what?
Come on, we gotta get out there. Come on, let's get up.
We know. Get up and go. Dr. Jack Fishman, that's his name. I think we're supposed to meet him here.
Hey, there he is. Hi, I'm Bianca, and this is Jacob and Matthew.
Well, hi guys. I'm Jack Fishman, and I work at NASA LaVergne Research Center in the Atmospheric Sciences Department. Is there anything I can help you with?
We have one question. We were wondering if smell could travel all the way from Xville to Big City.
Well, you know, that's the research area I've been doing for a long time, and I might just be able to have some answers for you. Come on over to the laboratory. Let me show you some stuff.
Okay, cool. How far do smelly things travel?
You would really be surprised. Here at NASA Langley, in our Atmospheric Sciences Research Program, we have special instruments we put on both airplanes and even on satellites to track these smelly molecules. How far do you think they can travel?
Hundreds of miles?
From here to Tennessee?
From here to California?
Well, you'd be surprised. At one point, we actually took measurements of fires in Africa and South America, and were able to track the chemicals in the smoke hundreds and hundreds of miles off the coast.
And when you were so far away from the fires, could you still smell them?
The smoke was certainly less dense and not even visible, but with our special instruments, we could still tell that smoke was in the air and the smelly molecules were present. And let me tell you something else. We fly instruments on satellites that are able to see the smoke and these smelly molecules travel all the way from South America, all the way around the world past the Pacific Ocean.
Will they ever disappear?
Well, actually, yes. Eventually they'll react with another molecule to make a less smelly molecule. These molecules, in turn, may get washed out by the rainfall, and yes, they disappear.
Wow, I guess the answer is yes. Smell really can travel.
I guess we better go back to see if we're right.
Hey, there's Dr. D. Let's go. Thanks for all your help. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
It can't be the trash burning place. I mean, we're nowhere near it.
We're just south of Xville, and the stink is coming from the south.
Except the candy factory.
But that's not on the map.
Oh, that's right, because it's new.
It's new?
The candy factory?
Let me get out my cooking book.
That's funny. I never thought of you, Dr. D, as a gourmet.
Yeah, but you know how to make artificial flavors like banana, pears, and pineapple. Okay, smell this.
Oh, what are you trying to do, knock us out?
This is butyric acid.
Whoa, that smells like the stink out at the factory.
We're going to take this test tube and put it in a warm water bath. Then we're going to add to the butyric acid some ethyl alcohol and some sulfuric acid.
Wow, it smells so sweet, just like pineapples.
This is great. I think we found the source of the stink.
All right.
Let's call KSNN.
Hello? Yes, this is Bianca. Oh, great. Thanks. They want to come here? Oh, I guess that's fine. Okay, bye-bye. You won't believe this. We actually found the source.
This is so cool.
This is great. I'm going to be famous.
Hey, Mom, guess what? We solved the stink problem, and KSNN wants to come over and interview us.
Honey, that's great.
Oh, look, they're here. We have to go down for the taping. Let's go.
That was so cool.
I can't believe we're gonna be on TV.
Who says this kind of stuff only happens on make-believe TV?
Turn on the TV. We should be on in a few minutes. I can't believe we made the news. More like we're making the news.
We have some breaking news to report this Saturday afternoon. Our treehouse detectives found the stink. So what is the source of the smell?
It's on. It's the new candy factory.
We even saw it with our own 2 eyes.
That's part of observation.
So how did you figure it out?
It wasn't easy.
We used a scientific method to help us. It's really a tool we use every day. I guess we just don't think about it.
So you asked a lot of questions. Then what?
And then we formed a hypothesis. At first, we thought it was the chemical plant causing the stink.
Then our data showed us all that the cities close to the chemical plant didn't even notice the smell.
We were really bummed out.
But you didn't give up.
We were thinking of it, but our friend Dr. D told us that real scientists never give up.
Then we started thinking about how smell travels. And we decided that the wind outside must affect the smell. It's simple, you know, the wind. We found out that the fan made the smell go in a certain direction. So we figured the wind did the same thing. Get it?
Huh? I think so. Yeah, I got it.
And with Dr. D's help, we charted out the wind direction and compared it to the email from the residents who smelled it, which led us to a location exactly south of Xville, which is where the new candy factory is.
Again, congratulations for helping us clear the air. Management at the new candy factory told us they didn't know they were causing all the stink. They say they're taking care of the problem. On Tuesday, you didn't smell the stink because the factory closed down for some work. That's all from KSNN.
Remember, if you want to see us, just watch us on TV or click on our NASA website.
We'll be waiting for your messages.
Come on, let's watch ourselves on TV.
So, are you surprised about the ending? I'll let you in on a secret. Matthew, Bianca, and Jacob might have found the location a lot sooner if they weren't using an outdated map. A new map like this shows the candy factory. Remember to always use up-to-date resources. One last science tip. Always remember to use safety precautions when doing experiments. For example, whenever I mix chemicals, I always use these safety goggles, like in our pineapple experiment. And don't forget to always have an adult present. Okay, time is running out. I'll see you for our next adventure with the Treehouse Detective on another NASA Y-Files.
tnwildlife.org is your direct link to the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Log on for the latest information about hunting, fishing, boating, or wildlife watching right here in our state. You can purchase a license to hunt, fish, or register your boat right online. Check it out today at tnwildlife.org. On this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal, biologists from across the country attend the National White-Nose Syndrome Workshop in Nashville. TWRA gives a showcase for Tennessee's wildlife at the Dickson County Fair. TWRA crews set stake beds on Percy Priest Lake that provide habitat for many species of fish. Watch Scott and Austin as they have an awesome turkey hunt on Cheatham Wildlife Management Area. TWRA boating officers are keeping the lake safe, checking boaters for life jackets, and making sure everyone is abiding by the laws. Learn about Hunter Ed instructor training and how important it is to keeping the hunter education program successful. Next, TWRA is banding wood ducks to get a good population estimate of resident ducks before they migrate. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for a behind-the-scenes look at the work being done every day by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We opened today's show with a National Bat Conference.
We've got biologists and researchers from across the country attending the National White-Nose Syndrome Workshop in downtown Nashville.
Because bats are relatively unseen by most people, they don't realize how devastating white-nose syndrome is. It is arguably one of the worst wildlife diseases in our recorded history.
It was discovered in 2007, but it wasn't until 2008 when the state agency, the New York DEC, really was able to determine that this was not just a localized freak mortality incident. In 2008, white-nose syndrome was detected in western New England and in Pennsylvania, and that's when we really realized that, as quickly as it was spreading, that this was not just an isolated incident, that this was going to be a significant wildlife health issue.
Researchers in New York State started to notice that their small bat species, namely little brown myotis, had a white growth on their nose. They started taking photographs of it, and very shortly after, their bat colonies really started to collapse. The causative agent of white-nose syndrome is this exotic fungus, likely from Europe or Asia, that depletes the bats during their hibernation. It's a cold-loving fungus, so it starts to actually feed upon the bat tissues. It irritates the bats, and then they go through multiple immunological responses, and ultimately they use up all of their fat reserves well before they can actually safely exit the caves and mines where they spend the winter. They can come out and the temperatures can be so low that they actually die of exposure. The other factor is that when they come out of hibernation, there's absolutely no food for them.
When it first came here to Tennessee, white-nose syndrome, we started seeing similar declines, but they didn't happen as quick as they did in the Northeast. It was slow to happen in some parts of the state compared to other parts, so it was slow to see those declines, and kind of gave us a little bit of hope that maybe we had some bats that may hold on and survive this outbreak. We've since seen the declines to continue in areas, but we also see some stabilization in the numbers. The numbers haven't declined as quick or as fast as other places in the state.
One of the successes of the white-nose syndrome response has been the collaborative nature that we have been able to foster across not just the research community, academics and folks from universities, but also state and federal agencies, non-government organizations, international organizations, conservation organizations, and that has proven to be really critical in addressing an issue like this, because there are obviously lots of challenges involved with responding to white nose syndrome, and lots of expertise and lots of regulatory aspects that no single group or small group can address.
We bring the disease experts and all those field people together, and hopefully it spawns new ideas and gets people connected to the point where we can really collaborate, because it's going to take that type of collaboration if we're going to be able to fight this disease. We have had breakthroughs. The difficulty is scaling those breakthroughs up to the point where it can be meaningful on a population level.
When it comes to killing fungi, if you think about things like nail fungi or athlete's foot that people suffer with, these are very difficult cells or difficult organisms to eradicate. And so anybody who's had athlete's foot knows that it requires generally continued application of an antifungal product for weeks, sometimes even months. Now with white nose syndrome, the fungus, we call it PD for short, infects bats, and these are wild animals that have a wild distribution. They're not in cages, they're not in zoos. We cannot treat them on a regular basis, and so to try to treat individual wild animals is very difficult. And now that the fungus is in the environment, it exists in caves and mines off of bats and can actually survive just in the cave soils. And so what we're talking about, if we're trying to eradicate the fungus from the environment, is a huge problem, because we just are not able to isolate the fungus to target it with any kind of antifungals.
We have treatments that involve orange oil, mushroom alcohol, volatiles that are derived from fungi that live in Bolivian pineapples. We have all these compounds, but getting them to the place where they can safely treat bats and also not harm our natural environment is a huge challenge.
We have been referring to this as a national response because we were really trying to get state agencies and researchers and federal agencies involved well outside the extent of the known area where the fungus was affecting bats. Because in a situation like this, the bats are spreading the fungus. We have the potential for people to spread the fungus in great distances, and we really wanted folks outside of the known distribution of the fungus to be prepared to create response plans, to do baseline monitoring for bat populations, to do surveillance, engage in surveillance for the fungal pathogen, and really be prepared for the imminent arrival of the fungus, whether actually that imminence means the next year or 10 years down the road. It's really important that people be aware that this is coming, that they collect information, they be vigilant, and they work with the public to try to reduce the potential for human-mediated spread or the arrival of the fungus in a state or in a province that wouldn't otherwise happen except for bat-to-bat transmission.
When it arrived, it was completely new, and we've really worked hard to try to figure out first what this fungus was, what it's actually doing to our bats, why our bats are behaving differently, why they're actually dying in the winter. We've come a long way, still have a long way to go.
Hey, let's visit TWRA at the fair.
Right now we're at the Dickson County Fair booth. It actually was a 4-year process. We started off in a real small building. This actually was a bathroom and showers. The building itself was built in 1949. It's one of the first buildings that was on the fairgrounds. They were originally going to tear it down.
How are y'all?
Myself and the Montgomery County officer, Jeremy Odom, we've kind of worked this fair together for several years, and we talked about it and said we could probably utilize this. I mean, it's a good space. We can, if we do the work, it could be a wonderful asset.
No, they will bite your finger off.
Each year we've added a little bit. First year we added in a turtle exhibit, a wetland scene. Then we added in a quail exhibit. And this year we did a facade, the barn facade, so it doesn't look like a brick building. What this booth is a representation of what wildlife we have here in Tennessee, as well as we have officers on site to answer questions or give out the knowledge that we have as officers for wildlife or other things of that nature.
I like what they've done. It's something different. You get to come in. It's not something everybody gets to see. I like it.
Wildlife officers in general always have contact with the general public, but this is unique in the sense that we are here to answer questions. that guy who thinks about a question but maybe doesn't know our number or know who to talk to. We could either get them in touch with the people that they need to talk to or answer the question ourselves. Thursday of the fair every year, we have every fourth grader in Dixon County come, and we do a brief description of who the agency is and what we do, and these are the wildlife that are native to Tennessee, and we try to impart that to them. Here, these people are enjoying being around wildlife and enjoying the information that we're giving them. They just see that the kids' eyes light up and say, well, look at this turtle, oh my gosh, it's so big. Or general knowledge that as officers, we take for granted that someone may not know. They take that and we answer just simple questions, and it blows their minds that, well, I didn't know that. I really enjoy being able to talk to the general public in a real relaxed setting, getting to teach them something and impart what knowledge I have to them.
Next up, Percy Priest Stake Beds.
We're on Percy Priest Lake today, and we're redoing some of our stake beds. We're a four-man crew. Ted Alferman, Wade Byford, Tommy McCormick, we're all out here today. It's a big job. We'll generally do the lower end one year and the upper end the next year, and just mainly because we've had so many. We've got over 100 stake beds that we maintain. We used to drive all of our stakes with a 3-pound sledgehammer, and it would just wear us out. I mean, after a week of that. But now we've got where we use a pneumatic hammer and an air compressor, and we've made us a special bit to fit on those wood stakes so we can drive those stakes with a whole lot less wear and tear on personnel, and a lot safer. You know, all of our reservoirs are aging, you know, either 40, 50 plus years old our reservoirs are. So all the natural habitat that was there when these lakes were impounded is rotted away and is gone. So, you know, if we didn't put something out there, they would just be almost like a desert out there, no structure for fish to, you know, congregate around. And all fish they like to orient towards some type of structure. When we first started building these stake beds, usually if they were 10 by 10, that would have been a big stake bed. But just because these air hammers make it easier to drive stakes, we can make some really super stake beds.
We've picked up, just in the past couple weeks, we've picked up over 130 tires just in the Stewart's Creek area, and there's a lot more all throughout the lake that we can pick up. Percy Priest has a lot of trash on the lake, and so we're just trying to do our part to clean it up and make it more appealing for the public.
As that water level comes up and covers those stake beds good, yeah, fish will be in there. They'll be attracted to them just in a few days. And all of our stake beds we mark with PVC pipe and one of our agency stickers on it. A lot of times these guys, they'll have their favorite stake beds, and some of them even put out their own stake beds, but they don't mark theirs. Sometimes there's some steel fence posts and stuff driven out there, and those can be kind of dangerous, especially if you got a nice boat and run up on a steel fence post drove into the ground. But yeah, we don't recommend anything like a steel fence post.
There's people out here really coming out in big numbers. You know, water temperatures getting up in the low 60s. People are starting to catch crappie. We saw people out here fishing some of the stake beds that we had put out in the past, which is great. You know, the whole point of doing the stake beds is to make fishing better and help people catch more fish. That's why we do our jobs, and we love to come out here and see people catch fish. That gets our blood boiling, gets us fired up. So.
Hey, let's go on a youth turkey hunt at Cheatham Wildlife Management Area.
I've only been turkey hunting for probably, I guess, 8 years now. I started a little bit later. My father never got me into it. This is my first time ever taking a youth out turkey hunting. I've always wanted to, I just never had the opportunity. I heard about Austin needed somebody to take, and I figured I'd be there, so I knew we could get it done.
They're right over there. There's a gobbler. Let's hope that turkey just skirts around that and comes up here. Like I said, this is one of their spots to strut, so they want to come here. If they gobble right after my call, that's a good sign, okay? So listen real careful.
Everybody said it's so hard, and it's the hardest one to hunt, and I figured, all right, I'll get a little older and I'll go try it when I'm a little more mature. And then we come down here and we got in the blind. We had some hunters walk down the ridge right there on us, and we started hearing some gobbles up the holler here.
We heard some gobbles, but they were a little late, but they seemed to be down in the bottom, just far away. And you know, as a turkey hunter, most people would understand that if you don't hear a bird pretty close, your motivation and your excitement's pretty down in the dumps. It's not like deer hunting when you just get lucky and hopefully a deer walks by. If you don't hear those birds, there might not be one around. You know, usually they're gobbling, they're communicating.
I kind of understood because I've been watching like the outdoorsman TV a lot, just watching on how they do it and stuff. I've been trying to watch that kind of stuff.
Well, to me, I've only been on with TWRA for just about a year now, and you know, going through interview processes and whatnot, I've always stated numerous times that the youth and our future generation is the #1 thing to our natural resources. You know, you could manage them, you can protect them, but in the end, we need youth to get out there and continue to harvest these animals and manage them. Future generations are definitely the #1 thing for our natural resources. I love photography, I love videography. I've had that camera for years now, and I don't have that many opportunities to take it out and film other people. I try to do some filming on my own, but it's hard, it's difficult, and like you say, I was hunting with the camera. And I'm glad Austin got to experience the fact that, you know, we're battling the wind, we're battling the fact that we're just not hearing them, at least close. And there's a chance we weren't going to see anything this morning, but just being patient and waiting, we heard something coming, and it could have been a deer, but it was in fact a big tom.
Let him come into your shoot.
When that turkey was just down the hill.
Seen this one right over there by the dirt mounds, and he finally came out.
Austin was calm. He was very calm, but once that turkey came up on this pipeline, I never seen someone shake so bad. He was shaking like a leaf, but I give him so much, you know, he did really well, because when that turkey was to his left, he could have killed him. He could have shot him all day long, but he was patient. He waited for that bird to come right in front of us.
Put it right below his neck.
Okay.
When you're ready, you kill that turkey. Wait.
I gotta take the safety off.
Yeah, just focus on him, don't look at me.
I will say that his gun was up for a good 3 minutes, and that whole 3 minutes he was shaking like a leaf.
Just be still, just breathe slow. Take your time. Kill him. Kill him.
Kill him. He made a great shot. I was a little nervous when he finally was going to pull that trigger. He was pretty shaky, but you know, like I said, he persevered and he made a great shot, and that turkey hit the floor, and he didn't move. So it really, truly, as a turkey hunter, it doesn't get any better than that right there.
I'm a turkey hunter now for life. Everybody should try this.
In this next story, we learn how TWRA is keeping the lake safe.
The agency's main objective is safety, making sure everyone is trying to be safe and to save lives out here. That's a broad term, but everything from compliance to skiing regulations, flotation devices, PFDs, of course, use of alcohol, reckless operation, just trying to keep people from getting hurt.
You've got to have some sort of buoyant vest, whether it be a life jacket or a ski belt or something of that nature. They've got to have it on. Now, if it's not a Coast Guard approved life jacket that they're wearing while being towed, there has got to be a Coast Guard approved life jacket on that vessel for that said person.
If they're being towed by any kind of only any device, they're required to have a life jacket.
We're renting this boat.
Renting a boat? Yeah, they didn't. Did they not explain that?
No, the only thing they told us is that anybody under the age of 12 had to have life jackets on while we were.
Just not knowing the laws or not being familiar with boats and being on the water is really one of the main things. We're going to write you a warning, no court action. Then that leads to a lot of different things from registration violations to PFD violations where the kids are not wearing their life jackets like they're supposed to.
Yeah, most of the issues that we run into on the lake is people that just didn't know any better, and that's getting a little bit better now that we have that mandatory boater education. Anybody that was born before 1989 is exempt, but you know, that's what, 25 years old now, so there's a lot more people out here that have to go through it. It has helped out quite a bit, but it's just most of the stuff we're dealing with is just safety violations that they didn't know any better, and that's what we're out here trying to do, is to make sure that they know and don't do it anymore. Trying to keep folks safe.
If your boats are 16 feet or longer, you've got to have the throw cushion or the ring. Some people don't realize that. You know, if their boat's 17 foot and they didn't realize they needed it. If you have tanks that are not exposed, if they're built into the boat, they've got to have a fire extinguisher on board. And so some people don't always realize that. And like I said, we understand. We do what we can to help people out, cut them breaks, where we can, write them warnings. But usually we try to address it some way or the other.
Want an ice cream? What do y'all say? Thank you.
You're welcome. That's for wearing your life jacket. Thank y'all for wearing your life jacket. All right, guys.
You account for as many people that's out here on a given day, and luckily, no more injuries and fatalities than we actually do have. I mean, they're safe, but you have to try to be safe.
Alcohol and boating and being on the waters definitely goes hand in hand. You've got to keep a sober driver. You can technically have an open container. You can be consuming alcohol while you're driving a boat, but you cannot be impaired. The point that you're impaired that's when we have a problem. And we do run into those that are borderline, but our main goal is to get impaired boaters off the water. That's pretty much all we do is educate people. Sometimes that requires a citation, but ultimately at the end of the day, we're out here to make sure everybody's having a safe time and, abiding by the laws.
Up next, Hunter Ed instructor training.
So today we're at the Tennessee Fire and Code Academy in Bell Buckle, and we're doing the volunteer hunter education instructor workshop that we do once a year. Most of the people get involved in this just because they had a son or a grandson that went through the program and thought, wow, this is a really neat program. How do I become involved? And most of our instructors, we kind of make contact with them at a course that we're doing or a hunter education course we're doing, and then swap some information, and next thing you know, we sign them up for the next year's workshop and see them down here. The whole hunter education program would cease to exist if not for these volunteers, because there's no way agency employees could ever keep up with the demand for all the kids that need to be trained. So it's critical for the program to have these volunteers, otherwise we would not be able to have near the classes, which means the kids aren't getting trained. So without them basically giving up a weekend of their own time, they don't get paid for this. Kudos to them for really, having the drive to want to give up their own time in a weekend to become qualified. And then that's just the beginning. From then they have to, when they start training, they're giving their time again to do a class, which sometimes may mean 3 to 4 hours a day for a week, to get a full class in, or at least a full weekend. Yes, this right here, the workshop, is critical to continuing the hunter education program, which is mandated by law, so all kids have to have it. So in '85 is when it became law in Tennessee, and then that's when they established the if you were born after January 1st of '69. Seems like we do about 12 to 15,000 a year is an average, so you can figure how many years it's been since '85 to now and come up with a pretty good rough figure of how many we've done. I would like to reiterate that without these volunteer instructors, we would not be able to conduct these hunter safety programs, because In the counties, especially once you get a little further away from Nashville, the county officer is involved in most classes, but there's no way that that county officer can teach all the kids and all the programs that need to be done. So without them, we would not be pushing these kids through and getting them certified.
We'll finish off today's episode with a field trip where we go duck banding.
This is something we do for the Wildlife Division in the Nashville office.
So you set it up and you start baiting for several days. And then once you get them used to swimming through this throat right here, then you shut your lid and they can't fly back out and you start catching them. I guess you could compare it to like a fish basket style trap where when they swim in, they can't find that gap leading back out.
We get the ducks and we just determine if they were a hatch year, which means they were hatched this past spring, or they're an adult. Number 56, and it's a male. He's got the male chin strap, and we also look at their feathers, how the hide's got that straight white edge. Females will have like a teardrop. Primarily, all we're gonna get is the juveniles because they're flocking up. You know, once they hatch out, one adult breeding pair will have anywhere from 6 to 8 juveniles, so they've just quadrupled the population of the juveniles. So that's why we typically get more juveniles than adults. You can see the difference on how this got that what they call a teardrop, and this one's it's almost more even across there. And another characteristic, how the male's got the chin straps there. The females usually have almost like a white around the eye. Yeah. And he's also developing color in his bill. They'll get the color where the females will be a little more drab, darker color on the bill. The wood ducks, they're the only waterfowl that's a natural resident to Tennessee. So we ban these this early, that way we can get a good population estimate on our resident wood ducks before they migrate.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy. Our legacy.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air, on the water, or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me. Buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
And hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. And we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first serve.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday opening it up to families with special needs. So we're going to get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we'll try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year. We are pushing it out there, though, that, you know, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used a little helper, but then she got it, you know, Pat, like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm gonna turn this one over to Kathy too in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multi-purpose building within 2 years and had to use as a gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multi-purpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo, or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers were, we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us, that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat. That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
We
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. I mean, my granddaughter showed up dressed as.
Who were those
Mermaid,
people?
and it was-
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was going to add her to her contact list.
Because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program when Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past, $5? $5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's going to change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there.
Yep.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. It's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should call it father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ coming, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do you
make
have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit, okay. So 13-year-old will be fine.
Oh, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
Okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa.
Babalosa.
I just call her, Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and it,
We're back to that again, wow.
Got to start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is, what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day Parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel. And then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that. But this has become more of a festival for families. And it's been going in a different direction for years. And I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out and take that out of the back of their brain that it's
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Festival. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what I didn't even think about it. And when y'all were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like the LaVergne City Festival. I think that should be, and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within three months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
well,
difficult.
and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses.
Yeah.
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well, I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. It would, I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, we're on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we had one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not going to participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So, I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's going to be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time. So,
No, I thought it was before OTF.
was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
it
end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
It was a couple of
Halloween
weeks
Moon.
before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, then even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so, we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
the
thing,
5K. The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. If you're, we don't know how to win there. that's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have, not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how
so
to fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it playing, and the
We're working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
Well, we're really involving the public too.
Yeah, we're doing other things that other kids,
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card,
Yeah, they I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Hush.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawks?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No is going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's going to leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's
I
gonna
was
have to
gonna say, do
step
we
it on
have,
up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply, again, contact Bruce, again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.